Hi, welcome to Octallium. My name is Anil Kulkarni. So this series is all about the companion videos for the official Django Polls application. If you wanted to learn more about the Django web framework, you must have gone to the official Django documentation, and there you can find the Django Polls application. So in this series, I am going to cover the entire Django Polls application. I will show you on screen how to write all of the different components of that application. And while creating this application, I will try and explain all of the things in much more details. So this series is for the absolute Django beginners, and I hope you enjoy these companion videos for the official Django Polls application. Just in case if you're wondering which application we are going to build, or if you have never checked out the Django documentation, then let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is the official Django web page. As you can see, you can go to djangoproject.com, and here if you click on documentation, here they have all of the official documentation, and here you can see that under the first steps they have like 6 or 7 parts official tutorial series. So just click on part number 1, and here you can see that they are going to show you how to create a basic polls application. So this is what I'm referring to when I say the official Django polls application. And once the entire application is complete, let me show you how it is going to look like. So this is going to be our application. It looks very simple. It's a very simple polls application. So here we have 2 different questions. So let me click on this one. Python is easy to learn. And here we have different choices. Suppose I click on agree, then I cast my vote. And here we have the result. So for agree we have 3 votes, neither agree or disagree we have 0, and for disagree as well we have 0 votes. So this is what we are essentially going to create in this series. Now let me show you the backend or the admin. So this is the admin. So here you can see we have the polls application, and on the top also you can see that we have a custom admin view, and you can click on choices. So these are all of the choices that I have created till now. And if you go to questions, so these are the 2 questions which I have created. If you click on the question, you can see that we can edit all of the details inside the question as well. And as you can see, I have also created a custom admin view. So we will learn all of these things inside this tutorial. The next thing which I wanted to show you is from where you can download the official GitHub repository. So this is my GitHub. You can go to github.com/octallium/Django polls. So here is the official GitHub repository which I have created. What you can do is you can just click on code, and from here either you can clone the GitHub repo or you can download the zip file, whatever suits you. And once you have downloaded all of the source code, this is how it is going to look like. Now in my case, I may have a couple of more extra files just for the sake of creating these tutorials, but overall you may have a pretty similar kind of a folder structure. And let's get started right in the next video. But before you start learning more about Django, I thought it would be nice to talk a little bit more about Django. So let us see what exactly is Django. Let us try and understand what do you mean by an application, and then we will see how Django fits inside the entire application scenario. So for any of your applications, you can imagine it to have different layers. So the first layer, you can imagine it to be your front end. Now front end can be composed of your HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And these days, as you know, we have a lot of frameworks for JavaScript. It can be like React, Angular, Vue, Elm and so on. Now the way that you are going to interact with the front end is by using devices such as your web browser or your mobile application. The next part to this puzzle is also your backend. Now especially for our case, the backend also consists of sub layers. So one of the layer in the backend can be your models, and the next one could be your views, controllers and so on. So normally what happens is the user who is using your web browser or your mobile application, that user is going to send a request, and this request is going to be received by our backend. Now our backend is going to process that data and it will send back a response back to the front end. Now this response is again rendered on your web browser or a mobile application depending on the kind of device that you are using. But this interaction is not so simple. A lot of time your backend has to interact with databases because that's where most of your data is going to stay. So what's going to happen is you have different databases like SQLite, Postgres, MySQL and so on. So whenever we have some kind of a request, that is this one from the user, it goes to the backend, and sometimes what the backend has to do is it has to write something to the database or it has to read something from the database. So where exactly does Django fit inside all of these things? Let us see. So yes, this is where your Django fits. So as you can see, Django sits right in the center. That is, Django is actually your backend. And this backend, it has to interact with the front end and also with the backend. So that's it. This is all Django is all about. You must be really excited to get started with Django. But before we can go ahead and install Django, there is one small problem. And let me try and explain what I'm talking about. So this is you are a developer and you are supposed to work on a couple of projects which involve Django. So this is the scenario. One of the project is an old and legacy project which is using Django version 2.10. Another version is using Django 3.2 and another one is using 4.1. Now the problem is, how do we ensure that all of the developers are using the exact same version? Now this problem can be solved by using a virtual environment. So what this virtual environment is going to do is, it is going to create an isolated environment for each and every developer. And inside this isolated environment, we can have our dependency management. So if you come from JavaScript and NPM, you know that there are a couple of different package management systems. Python also has its own package management system, and that's what we are going to do inside our virtual environment. So let's see how to create our virtual environment, and after that we can see how to install Django on top of that. Now since we know a little bit more about virtual environment, it's time to create our own virtual environment. You can open up your terminal or just open up any folder inside your PC. So here, this is my terminal, and inside my user directory, I want to create one more directory. So let me create, and I'm going to name my directory as Django Polls. Let me go inside my Django Polls directory. Now let's see how we can create a virtual environment inside this directory. Now instead of just showing you how to create a virtual environment, let me show you how you can find and how you can learn on yourself about all of these things. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to learn how to read the official documentation. Always remember that you don't become a professional and then read the documentation. You always first read the documentation and then you become a professional developer. So here we are. So as you can see, this is just python.org. Now click on the documentation, and here you can see we have a button for the Python docs. Now here, let me just search for VENV. So this stands for virtual environment. Now look, we have a couple of links. Let me click on this one. So let me zoom inside. So here we can see that VENV, this is for the creation of virtual environments. Let me scroll a little bit down, and here you can see that we have a lot of stuff related to virtual environments. And this thing in particular, since this is highlighted, this looks a little bit important to me. So what is this talking about? So this is saying about the user guide for creating and using virtual environments. Yes, so this is what we want. We want to learn how to create a virtual environment. That's right. So they have a couple of different tabs. So this is for the Unix, or if you're using a Mac like me, and this is for Windows. Now since I'm using a Mac, let me just copy this, and let me go to my terminal. Now remember, if you are working on Windows, just copy this command and let me go to my terminal. Let me paste the command. Before we run the command, I would like to explain what's exactly happening. So what we are doing is we are saying Python and -m stands for the built-in modules. And what we want to do is from the inbuilt modules of your Python 3, we want to use the module of venv to create another virtual environment, and we want to name the virtual environment as env. So this is what this entire command is all about. And now let me run the command. So what Python has done is in the background it has created a virtual environment. If I just do ls, you can see that we have one directory called as env inside our Django polls folder. Now let's go back and let us see how we can activate our virtual environment. So we are back. So remember, if you are using Windows, always copy these commands. I'm using Mac, so I'm using these commands. So if you scroll a little bit down, here you can see that we have a section for activating a virtual environment. Now again, since I'm using Mac, let me copy this command. If you are using Windows, just copy this command. Let us go back to our terminal. Let me paste this. And again, before I run this, let me try and explain what exactly is happening. So what I'm trying to do is I want you to go inside this env directory. So we just saw in the last step that Python has created another directory called as env. Now inside that env directory, there's another directory for the bin or for the binary. And inside the binary, I would like to activate my virtual environment. So this is what this command is doing. And here you can see that my prompt has changed. On the left, my terminal is showing the name of the virtual environment. Now it's not mandatory to name your virtual environment as env. You can write anything. You can write abc, or you can write the name of the project, or you can also write it as venv. It all depends on you. So this is the way in which you can create a virtual environment and you can activate a virtual environment. But this was just one part of the puzzle. Now we have a virtual environment. The next part is about our dependency management. If you come from the world of npm or node, we have different package management systems like npm or yarn. In the world of Python, we have pip. So what we are going to do is we are going to say, hey pip, I simply want you to install Django inside my virtual environment. Now before you install Django, you should always remember to see if you have activated your virtual environment or not, because we don't want to install Django globally. Instead, we want Django to be local just to our virtual environment. Now let me press enter. Now what this is going to do is your pip is going to go to wherever it has to go. It will collect Django and it is going to install Django inside our virtual environment. Now if you do ls again, you can see that we have just one directory. So where is Django? Well, let's see how we can figure this one out. So let me go to my Django documentation page. So in case if you're wondering how did I reach here, just go to your djangoproject.com and click on documentation. So here I am. So let us go to this tutorial and let us go to this part number 1, requests and responses. So it's saying that we assume that you have Django installed. So yes, we have Django installed, but can we check? Yes, we can check. Now again, they have two tabs. This is for your Mac and this is for the Windows. So let me copy this command and let me paste it inside my terminal. So yes, we have Django installed, and at the time of recording, the Django version is 4.1.5. So let us go back. Now let us see how we can create an actual Django project. So here they are saying that creating a project. Now let's take a moment and let us try to understand what do we mean by a project. In the normal terms, when we say that we want to create an application, that application is called as a project inside the world of Django. and the sub projects or the sub modules or the parts of the project are called as applications. So we will see what to mean by an application inside Django a little while later. But let's create a Django project. So here you can see that we have one command. So let me just copy this command, Django admin start project my site. If you are using Windows, again you can use this one. Let me go back to my terminal. Let me clear up everything. Let me paste the command and let me press enter. Now if I do an ls, we can see that we have two directories. So this env is for our virtual environment, and this, the newly created directory, is for our Django project. Now let's try to open up this project inside our code editor. I'm using Visual Studio Code, so I can simply write code. I wanted to open up the current directory, and this is it. So let me zoom inside a little bit. So here we have two directories, env and my site. So as we have discussed, this is for the virtual environment and this one is for the Django project. So as you can see, we have a folder called as my site, and inside this folder we have another folder by the name of my site, and we have one file by the name of manage.py. Now if I click right over here, we can see that we have a lot of files which are inside this folder of my site. We will try to understand the folder and the file structure a little later in the tutorial series, but for now let us see if our Django is working or not. So let us go back to the official documentation page and let us try and find it out how we can actually run our Django project. So this is what we did in the last step. We started a project by the name of my site, and here they are discussing the folder structure which I have already shown you. We will discuss these things a little while later in the series. So the next thing is the development server. Now what happens with Django? Django already ships with a development server. Now please remember the word development. That means this server is designed to run only for development and not for production services. Here we have this command. Let me copy this one, python manage.py run server. Again, if you are using Windows, make sure to copy this one. Let us go back to our terminal. Let me clear up everything. Let me paste the command and let me try to run this one. Oh, so we have some kind of an error, and let us see what error we are getting. The error is no such file or directory. Well, that is true. So if you do an ls command, you can see that there is no file by the name of manage.py. Now why is this happening? Now it's because we have created a Django project inside this folder of my site, or rather the Django admin command by default created this folder and installed Django project inside of this one. So what we need to do is we need to navigate inside our my site. So let me navigate inside the folder of my site. Let me clear up the screen. Now if I do an ls, yes, now we have this file of manage.py. So now here we can say that, hey Python, I want you to use the file of manage.py and I want you to run our server. See, now this is going to work. For now, just ignore these errors. Actually, these are not errors, these are warnings. We will see about this a little later in the series as well. But right now, just have a look at this message. So it is saying that starting development server at HTTP 127.0.0.1, and this 8000, this is the port number. So let me just click on this one, and here we are. So as you can see, we are getting the message that the install worked successfully. Congratulations. Woohoo! Finally, we have been able to create a virtual environment, and after creating the virtual environment, we use pip as our package manager to install Django, and after that we created a Django project, and finally this is what it looks like. Well, this was a very naive way of creating your virtual environments and installing Django. In the next video, I will show you how to use Poetry to create our dependency management, and we can have a slightly better structure of creating our Django projects. Before we can move on and learn more about Poetry, First, I wanted to point out a couple of shortcomings of our current setup. So let me open up my code editor. Now, just looking at this folder structure, can you say what are our dependencies? Can you tell me, are we using Django or not, or which version of Django we are using or not? So normally what you would do if you're using pip and your virtual env is you'd create something like this. So you would say that, hey pip, I want to freeze all of my dependencies and I want you to pipe the output to a file which is called as requirements.txt. So this is the conventional way of doing it. Now if you see the requirements.txt, you can see that we have a lot of requirements which are required for this project. So as you can see, this is not a very intuitive way of doing it. And also there may be cases that some of the requirements are used only for development purposes. For example, if you are using PyTest or MyPy or some other dependencies which are used just for our development, then we don't need all of those things in our production. And we need some kind of a mechanism to differentiate between our development dependencies, our testing dependencies, and our production dependencies. So that's where Poetry comes into picture. So let's see how we can install Poetry. You can go to this website pythonpoetry.org and just click on documentation. Here we have on the left we have installation, just click on that. So here we can see that there are a lot of different ways of installing Poetry on your machine. So we want this one with the official installer. Now just scroll to the bottom and here we can see that we have a couple of options. So if you're using Linux, Mac OS or Windows WSL, then you can simply copy all of this. Or if you're using Windows PowerShell, then you can copy this. And also they have a small note saying that if you have Python installed through the Microsoft Store, then just replace py with Python. Now let me open up my terminal and let me paste it right over here. Now in my case, I already have Poetry installed, so nothing's going to happen. But in your case, it will go ahead and install Poetry. So as you can see, I have the latest version 1.3.2, which is already installed. So what Poetry is going to do is it acts like your dependency management system. So what Poetry is going to do is, as you can see, it's a tool for dependency management and packaging. So that means it is going to take care of creating our virtual environment and also of our dependency management. So that means we have a single tool of creating our virtual environment and also taking care of all of our dependencies. So let me show you Poetry in action. So let me clear this up. Now let us create another folder and I'm going to call that folder as my site. Now let me go inside the folder of my site and here I simply want to initialize my Poetry. So I can say Poetry init. So now Poetry is going to prompt us for a couple of actions. So it is asking us the package name. So okay, the default is my site, the default version, description. So this is going to be our official Django polls app. Author, here you can write your own name and your email, and the licenses, let us keep it blank for now. Compatible Python versions, so I want anything which is 3.11 and above, so I can use the caret symbol and I can say 3.11. Right now we don't want to define any of the dependencies interactively, so I'll just write as no. Same over here as well. Confirm, yes, I would like to confirm. And now let me clear this up. If I do a ls, here we can see that we have one file which is called as pyproject.toml. Now what we can say is we can ask Poetry to install Python for us. So we can simply say, hey Poetry, I want you to add Django. So what Poetry did was it created a virtual environment, as you can see over here, and this is the path where it has been saved, and right now it has installed all of this. So this is Django and these two are the dependencies of Django. Now let me again clear up my screen. Now the next thing that we want to do is we simply want to activate our virtual environment. So we can do that by just typing poetry and shell. So here it is. We can see that the prompt has changed, and right now I am inside my virtual environment. The next thing that I would like to do is I would simply like to create a blank Django project. So again, we can say Django admin start project my site. But here what I want to do is I just want to say that I want to create my project right over here, and you can do that by just writing a dot. That means I want to unpack the project in my current folder. Now press enter. Now let us see the contents of this directory. So here we can see that we have multiple files now. So this is the poetry log, this is the project folder, and this is our manage.py file. Now let me open up this inside my Visual Studio Code. So as you can see, we have a directory structure in place. If I click over here, we have all of the required files, and this is our toml file. So this is required by poetry. So here clearly you can see that we have two dependencies. So first dependency is our Python, and the second dependency is Django. And this poetry.log file is automatically created by poetry to lock in all of the Python versions and all of the dependency versions which are required by our project. Now let us check if Visual Studio Code is using the right virtual environment or not. So I've just opened up my bottom bar over here, and if I click on any of the Python files, it will show you the Python interpreter that it is using. So right now it is using the default Python installation, but I don't want this. I want to use the path of my virtual environment. So what you can do is, you can see over here we have this path right over here. So either you can copy till here. So this is the path where your virtual environment has been installed, or Visual Studio Code will give you a couple of prompts. So this is what I want to use. So this is my site. Let me just choose this interpreter. Now you can see that Visual Studio Code is using the right virtual environment. Now let me hide the bottom bar. I don't require that. Next, let us run the Django installation and see if it is working or not. So here I can say that Django manage.py run server. So here we have the usual warnings, and this is the URL. So what you can do is either you can copy and paste this URL in the browser, or on a Mac I can simply press the command key and I can simply click on the link. So here you can see that we have a working Django installation. Well, we are not done with our setup. Since you are learning Django with me, we can do a much better job. Let me go back to my terminal and let me stop the server. So here it is saying that if you want to quit the server, you can simply press Ctrl and C. So I have stopped the server. Let me clear up my terminal. Now what I want to do is I want to install a couple of dependencies just for our local development. So I can say that, hey, poetry, I want you to add, but I want you to add all of these dependencies just for my development. So here you can say that we have a group called as development, and after this we can specify our dependencies. The first thing which I want is the Django stubs. So with this Django stubs, we can start using MyPy and type hinting inside our Django project. Next, obviously we require MyPy, then a couple of more optional dependencies. So I normally like to use iSort for sorting all of my imports. Then I like to use black for my formatting, and I also like to use IPython for my default Python shell. So IPython, and just press enter. So you can see that poetry is installing all of our dependencies. Now if I go back to my code editor and if I click on pyproject.toml, here you can see that poetry has added one section for our development dependencies, and all of this are our development dependencies. Now the last thing to do in this video is we simply want to set up our Django stubs and MyPy so that it can start type hinting inside our Django application. So what you can do is you can simply go to your browser and search for Django stubs. So here we have the first GitHub link. Just click on this link. Let me zoom this up for you. let us go down, and here we are saying that pip install Django stubs. So we have already done all of these things. And the next thing is they are showing how to configure your Django stubs. So here you can see that if we are using pyproject.toml, so this is the file for poetry. Let me open up my code editor again. So this is, as you can see, we have a PyProject, and this is the default file used by poetry. So if you are using pyproject.toml, then you can configure in this manner. So let me copy this. Let us go back to our pyproject.toml file. Let me scroll to the bottom. Let me paste right over here. Now we need to do one final change, and that is for this one, the Django settings module, myproject.settings. Now in our case, we have named our project as my site. So this should be my site and not as my project. Just save it, and that's it. We are done with our setup. Let's take a small tour of all of the different files and folders created by our Django project. So just to recollect, this my site, this is a folder created by Django, and since we have named our project as my site, that's why this folder is called as my site. And here you can see that we have one more file which is called as db.sqlite3. So what happens is Django by default for development, it is going to use a database, and by default it is going to use SQLite database. I'll show you from where it comes. The next file, manage.py, so this is like the working horse file of our Django. So whenever you want to create any other application, or whenever you want to create a super user, or if you want to run the server, we are always going to invoke this file. The next one we have already discussed. So this is the log file for all of our dependencies, and this is our toml file. Now let's go to the project folder. So let me click on my site. So here you can see that we have a lot of different files and folders. So the first one, py cache. So this is a cache folder created by Python itself. We don't have to touch this one. So this is just a blank init file. So this just initializes this folder as a package. The next and the most important file is this one, settings.py. So this file alone has all of the settings for our project. So we will check out all of the settings one by one as we progress inside the tutorials. But right now, just keep in mind, if you want to change any other settings for Django, then this is a file to access. The next important file is for the URLs. Now just imagine whenever you are using a website, you have to navigate to different routes or different locations. For example, if you want to go to a home page, or if you want to go to a contact page or an about us page. So all of those, they are called as URLs. So for example, if you go right over here, let me scroll to the top, and if I just go to django.com, so here you can see that this is a URL. Now if I click on documents, so you can see the URL has changed and this is the new URL. So that's what we are trying to say right over here. So this file will contain all of the URLs which our project will have, and also in the future when we create a lot of applications, even those URLs would be imported in this file as well. So just keep in mind, whenever you want to create a route or an URL, that has to be added in this file as well. The next file are for your WSGI and ASCII. Right now just ignore those files, let them be there. So normally if we are running Django synchronously, then we would use a WSGI server, or if we are running Django asynchronously, then we would use an ASCII server. But that's it for now. Let us not go in too much detail with these things as of now. Now let's try to head over to the documentation and let's see what we have to do next. So we were right over here in part number 1. Let me scroll down. So till now we have created our project called as my site, and then we have already seen the development server. We know how to run the server, and after running the server, this is how it is looking. Now let me go back. Let me try to scroll a little bit down. So the next thing is they are trying to show you how to work with different port numbers. By default, it will work on port 8000. So let me open up the URL one more time. So this thing that you can see over here, 8000. So this is the port number. In case if you want to change, you can change in this way, but let's not go into all of those details as of now. Let us go to the next section. So this is saying that creating the polls app. Now it is saying that now that your environment, a project is set up, you are set to start doing work. So what it means is, since we have a project, now we can start creating small applications inside our project. So normally what would happen is a big project would require different functionalities. For example, you may require blog, or if you have an e-commerce website, then you may need different applications to handle your payments, billings, and for your catalogs and products. So all of these different functionalities can be imagined as small applications inside your project. And in our current project, we are going to create an application which is dedicated just for polls. And the way to do it is right over here. So we have to type this one, python manage.py startup polls. Now always keep in mind, manage.py is the file that will invoke all of the commands. So we need to be in the directory where we have this file. Let me copy this. Let me go to my terminal. Let me stop my server. You can stop the server by pressing Ctrl and C. Let me clear all of these things up. Now, before I invoke that command, let us go back over here. Let me collapse this one. So here we can see that we have just one folder of my side, and this is for the cache. Just ignore this one. Now watch what happens. Let me paste the command over here and let me press enter. Now if I go back to my code editor, we can see that Django has created a new directory by the name of polls. So this is a new application created inside our project, and inside this application we have a lot of default files. So we have a folder for migrations, admin, apps, models, test, views, and so on. So what happens is, normally whenever you build an application, we require some default functionalities. So normally we would require some models to be in place, we would require some views, and also some testing to be done. So Django by default gives us all of these files. If we want to use any of the functionality, then we can keep the files or we can change them. Or if you want some more additional functionality, then we can always create some more files inside our polls application, or if you don't want anything, we can remove them. So let's go back to the documentation and let us see what we are supposed to do next. So here they are discussing the directory structure. So this is what I described right now. And the next thing is they are showing you how to write your first view. But before we write a view, we have to understand a lot of things. We have to understand what is the request and what is the response. And that's what we would be doing next. Before we can write a view, it's very important for us to understand what is the request and what is the response. So if you are a web developer, the most fundamental thing that you need to keep in mind is request and a response. For every request, we must send back a response. Just cement this idea in your brain. So let me open up a very simple view to understand what's exactly happening. So this is your browser. Suppose it's a Chrome browser and you want to navigate to a website which is this one, example.com. So what happens is you are going to send a request, and this request is going to be received by our server. So in our case, the backend server is written in Django. So we have to process this request and we have to return back a response object. Now this response is received by your Chrome browser and finally it is being rendered on your screen. So just keep this thing in mind. For every request, we need to give back a response. So if we go back to our Django documentation, you can see that, so this index, this is a function, so we will come to this a little later, but right now just keep this in mind that we are taking a request and we are returning a response. So request, response, always keep this thing in your mind. So let us see how we can write our first view. So what we have to do is, just let me copy the code from here. So just go back to your code editor. Now inside our polls application, let us go to this file of views. Let me just zoom in for you. Let me paste all of the code right over here, and I don't want this command. Let me take this one out and let me save this file. So it's asking me for my formatter. I want to use black. So let's see what's happening in this one. The first thing is, let us import your HTTP request right over here. So this request is actually your HTTP request, and this function always has to give back an HTTP response. So again, we have to complete the cycle of the request and the response. So this is the first thing that we are doing. Let us go back to the documentation and let us see what they're asking us to do next. So next thing is, they want us to create a file called as URLs inside the polls directory, and this is the code. So let me copy this. So right now let us go with the flow, and in the next lecture I will explain why we did all of these things. So the next thing that we need to do is, we need to create a file called as urls.py inside our polls application. So this is the new file. Let me paste the code. Let me save it. Now if we have a look at the code, on line number 3, we can see that from the current package, we are importing the module of views. And on line number 6, from the views module, we are accessing the function of index that we just wrote. So if we check out the views file, so this is the function that we wrote, and that's what is being referenced in our urls.py file right over here. And this URL is also given a name which is called as index. Right now you can ignore this as well, because we need to understand a lot of things before I can explain these concepts. But right now let us get our code up and running. So let me save this file, and again let me go back to the documentation. So the next thing that they are saying, that we need to go to our my site/urls. So this is the URLs file inside our project, and there we need to paste this code. So let me copy this one, and again let me go back. So this URL file is what we created inside our polls application. So let me collapse this one. I don't need these files. Now let me go to my project of my site. Here we have a urls.py file as well. Let me collapse my sidebar. I don't need all of this comment, so let me just take them out. Now instead of just copying and pasting, I just need one line from the Django official documentation, and that is for this one. Let me just copy this one and let me just paste right over here, and oops, I copied the wrong line. So I wanted this one. Let me copy this file and let me paste it right over here. Now we also need to include one file, and that is also called as include. So remember, in the last lecture I told you that whenever we create new URLs or new routes, we have to add all of those things inside the project level URLs. So that's what we are doing. So my site.urls is your project level URLs, and what we are saying is, we also want to include the URLs inside our polls application. So that's what we are doing right over here, and we want to match this path called as polls and slash. First save and let me run the server, and then I will show you what do we mean by this polls and slash. Now let me open up the terminal, and here we can run the server by typing python manage.py, and we want to run our server. Now let me go to the home page, and the first thing that you can see over here is page not found 404. Now this is because we don't have any route that is matching the root path. You can see over here, after the slash, we don't have any other parameter specified right over here. So you can call this as your root path, and that's what this error is saying. So you can read the error that URL patterns in order are polls and slash admin and slash. So what we can do is, okay, so maybe this looks interesting. So let me copy this and let me go right over here and let me press enter. So here it is. We get a response back saying that you are at polls index. So yes, we are getting some kind of a response. Now let us go back and investigate what happened. So if we go right over here, we can see that we have specified a specific route or a specific path, and for the route path, that is this one, we don't have to write that one. It is implied that all of these paths, they start after your root slash or after your root path, and we have mentioned the path as polls. So that's what we can view right over here. Now if you're wondering from where did we get this output, let us go back to our polls application and let us go back to our views file, and here we can see that we got a request, and for that request we send back a response. And if you see the body of the response, we are simply sending back a string which is called as hello world, you are at polls index, and that's what it is visible right over here. So even if all of these things sound a little bit confusing, don't worry. In the next lecture, we will see how all of these things are wired up and how actually the request and the response cycle works inside Django. Till this time, if you are confused or if you are thinking that we are just randomly copying and pasting code, you are not exactly wrong. That's what we were doing. And on top of that, I actually avoided talking about a lot of things, and that is because we needed to understand a couple of basic things before I can explain all of those things. So right now, this is the video where I explain all of those things, and we start with the basic request and the response cycle. So just imagine that we get a request, and this request is received by our application which is written in Django. So the first outermost layer would be like an HTTP server. Maybe it would be like Nginx or Apache. HTTP is just a stateless protocol. HTTP can be implemented in any language. It can be C++, it can be Python, it can be Java, or it can be anything. And some of the most popular HTTP servers are Nginx and Apache. So now what's going to happen is we get a request, and this request is taken up by our Nginx and or Apache servers. The next thing is this request is then handed over to something which is called as WSGI. So if we go back to our application, we can see that we have a file called as WSGI. Now again, what's happening is this WSGI, this is actually just a specification and it is not an application. G-Unicorn that you can see, this is the implementation of the WSGI specifications. So if you go to Google, so this is what a WSGI is. So you can see that it is just a specification and G-Unicorn is the implementation. So now what's happening is once our server, which is Nginx or Apache, it gets a request, but your Django is written in Python. Now we need some kind of an interface that can translate the request into something that Django, which is written in Python, can understand. So this thing is handled by our WSGI. Now if we are running asynchronous server, then it would be SGI, and in that case maybe instead of G-Unicorn we would be using UV-Icon, or there's also something which is called as Hypercon. But for the sake of simplicity, just imagine that we are running a synchronous server by using G-Unicorn or WSGI. So again, let's start with the request. The user gives a request. The request is intercepted by our HTTP server. The server then forwards the request to our WSGI. Now WSGI is going to translate that request into something that our Django application can understand. And the first thing it is going to hit is our middlewares. Now our middlewares are just like our views. They receive a request and they give back a response. But most of the time they have to slightly modify the request. Now if you're wondering from where all of these middlewares come, then let me show you. So let me go to my site, and if you go to settings, and this is the top, let us scroll a little bit down over here. So after installed apps, we have another list over here. So you can see that Django already comes with a lot of inbuilt middlewares. So as you can see, this is for our security, this is for our sessions and so on. So all of this middlewares are built right into Django, and if we want, we can write our own middlewares as well. So again, just imagine middlewares to be like your views. They get a request, they process the request, and they just forward the response. Now let us go back and let us see what's going to happen next. Now this middlewares, they are going to forward the request to our URLs. Now again, with the URLs, we have two different parts. The first one is the URLs inside our project. So our project is my site. Inside my site, we have the main URLs. Now what Django is going to do is, it is going to look for this specific name called as URL patterns, and inside this list, it is going to scan from the top to the bottom. So first it will look for this path, polls, and it will look for the URLs inside our polls application. After that, it will go to our polls application inside our URLs, and here it is going to search for all of the patterns that we specify. In case if it finds the right URL, then it will render the right output. Otherwise, it will simply give a 404 response back. Now let us go back and let us see the next part of our puzzle. So what's happening next? So after we find the right URL, that request is then forwarded to our views. So let's see what's going to happen next. So this is the URLs file inside our polls application. So here we have not specified any path, but if you go to your my site and URLs, the path is very specific, that is polls and slash. So whenever we get a match of polls and a slash, it's going to go inside your polls application, inside the URLs, and it is going to find a match right over here. Now what it does is, since we have a match, it invokes the view that we have mentioned right over here. So what Django does is, okay fine, it finds a match right over here. Now it has to invoke our index function. Now let us go to our index, which is inside our polls application, inside our views file, and here it is. So what's going to happen is, the index view is going to get the request, and as we already know, since we get a request, we have to also give back an HTTP response. So let us go back over here and see what's happening next. Now at times it may happen that you have to talk with a database. Now normally this database are handled by our models file. So if you go back to our application, inside our polls application, we have a file for models. Right now we don't have any models, but as we progress in the tutorials, we would be creating a couple of models. So what's going to happen next is, either we would need to read something from the database, or we would need to write something to the database. And after all of these things are done, then our view, this is going to generate an HTTP response, and which has to finally be returned to our user. So after processing all of these things, we create a response object, which is again returned back to the user. And finally, this closes the request and the response cycle. So I hope by now a lot of things must be clear to you, and let us do a couple of more experiments in the next video. Now that we know a little bit more about the request and the response cycle, let us go back and let us try to do a couple of more experiments. So I am inside my code editor, and the first thing that I want to play with is inside our views. So I am inside the polls application and inside the module of views. Let me collapse my sidebar. So what we can do is, let us delete all of these things and let us try to write the view right from scratch. So if I have to ask you what is a view, so you can say that view is simply a function which takes a request and which gives back a response. So let us define a function, and you can name the function anything that you want. In our case, we are going to name the function as index. Now again, as I said, our view function should accept a request. So we can say that this is going to accept one parameter, which is called as request. Let us also try to include the type hinting so that all of the things are much clear for us. So let me go to the top, and here I can say that from Django.http I want to import HTTP request. So this parameter right over here, this request, the type of this request is going to be an HTTP request. Now this view function has to give back a response. Now in our case, we are going to give back a response which is of the format of HTTP response. So first let me import right over here, and here I can say that okay fine, this function is going to return back a HTTP response. So let us go to the next line. Since we have to return something, so we can just simply say return, and let us create the object of our response, and inside of this just let us write something. So we can just say welcome to our polls app. Now let me save the file, and let us go back and let us run our server. So let me open up my terminal, and here again I can say that python manage.py run server, and let me open up my site. Again we get a 404 because we have not defined any path for the root. So let me go to my polls, and here we can see that we get the message saying that welcome to our polls application. Now suppose we want to create some more views and some more URLs. So for example, if we want to create a poll and if we want to see the details, and we want our URL to be something like this, polls/details. So in this case, how do we do it? How do we create a view and how do we create a URL to handle this pattern? So let us see. So first let us go back and let us try to write a view function that can handle this situation. Let me go to the next line, and here I can create one more function. Again, you can name the function anything that you want. So since the URL or the route is dedicated for my polls detail, that's why I am also going to name my view function as detail, but you can name it anything that you want. Here I can say that again, since this is a view, it has to accept one HTTP request and it has to give back an HTTP response. So here I can say that let us send back an HTTP response, and here we can say that this is our polls details page. Now if you go back and if we try to refresh, nothing is going to happen. So what's missing? We have the view but we don't have the URL. So let us go back and let me open up my sidebar. So again, inside my polls application, I have to go to my URLs. Now here we need to create one URL pattern that will match our path. So on the next line, what I can do is I can say that I want to create a new path, and this time I want to match to the URL of details. Always make sure that you put the / right over here, otherwise the pattern will not match. And after this, we have to say that okay fine, whenever you get this pattern, we want to invoke a very specific function, and that function is inside our module of views, and the name of the function is detail. The next parameter is called as the name. So what happens in Django is you can actually name your URLs, and naming of this URLs is very important when you work with templates, or if you want to do with testing, or if you want to get a reverse from an URL and so many other things. So this name will always point towards this specific URL. So here again we can name the name as anything, but since this URL is dedicated for the details page, so let us write the name as details. Now let us go back to our application, and if I try to refresh the page, so here it is, we get a response saying that polls detail page. Let us do some more experiments. So let me go back to my views file. Now till this time we have been seeing that how do we return an HTTP response. But what happens if you are working on an API application? In that case, you can also send back a JSON response. So let me go to the top again, and here I want to import my JSON response. Now, if you don't know how to work with JSON response, then the first thing that we need to do is we need to again go back to the Django documentation. So again, let me go to the top. So again, if you don't remember, so this is the Django website, which is djangoproject.com, and just click on documentation and click on part number 1. So here we are. Now let us do a very simple thing. Let us ask Django for the JSON response and let us see if we can get some kind of documentation. So I can say I want to search for my JSON response, and as you can see we get a couple of results. So let's click on the first one. Now if you see that this documentation page is dedicated for the request and the response objects. So let us scroll a little down, and if you see on the right, here we can see that we have an HTTP response object. Let us go a little more down, and here we can find a JSON response. So let us click on this, and if we scroll a little bit down, they are also showing how to use your JSON response. And this is the path, django.http, from where you can import the JSON response. So that's what we did. And this is how you create a JSON response. So let us do one thing. Let us go back to our file and let us try to change this one from an HTTP response to a JSON response. So what we want to do is, instead of just showing these details, let us try to send some JSON data to our detail view. So here let us create a variable called as data, and let us create one dictionary. Suppose we have a field for the ID, and the ID could be 1. Next field we have for the username, we can say that the username is Octallium, and then we can say tutorial, and then we can say this tutorial is for the Django polls application. Then we can say one last field for the language, and here we can say that the language is going to be Python. And what we have to do is, instead of returning an HTTP response, let us send the JSON response back. And here if you see the documentation, we just have to give back a data, and in our case the data is the variable that we created right over here. So I simply have to pass my variable to the JSON response. Let us save the file, let us go back to our browser, and let us try to refresh the page. And here you can find we get the JSON response back. Now I'm using Firefox, that's why I get this kind of a response. If you are using Chrome, maybe you may have some different format, but the important thing to note is that if we are getting a JSON response back or not. Well, that's it for this video, and I will catch you in the next one. Let's move on to the next part of the tutorial. So let me go back to my documentation. So we were right over here, part 1, request and response. And if you scroll to the bottom, we have almost covered all of the things in these tutorials. Now obviously there are a lot of things in the official documentation, and it's not possible to cover each and every line. The purpose of this tutorials is just to give you an overview of how to approach the official documentation and how to learn Django. And as you progress with Django, you will have to come back and refer to this documentation time and time again. I just want to make your journey a little bit easier. So if I scroll to the very bottom, so we saw how to create the polls app, then we created the view, this was the folder structure, the URLs, and I think we have covered almost all of the things. So this is a little bit more documentation about the path inside the URLs. If you want, you can read all of those things, but I think we are good to go to the next part. So let me click on this one. So this is for the part number 2. So as you can see, the first thing that they are mentioning is about the database setup. So what happens is each and every application has to talk to a database, because all of your data will live inside the database. Now Django is really excellent with working with your SQL based databases. For example, you can see over here SQLite or MySQL or maybe Postgres or maybe Oracle. So any of the SQL based databases will go really well with Django. And one of the most recommended and one of the most popular database is Postgres. But what happens for development? It's much easier to get started with SQLite, and working with SQLite does not need any other additional setup. So let us try to learn more about the databases inside Django. So the first thing they are saying that we need to go inside our project folder and then inside the settings.py file. Inside this, there are two variables which are important. One is for the engine and for the name. So let us do the same thing. Let me open up my code editor. Let us go inside my site. Let us go to settings. Let me collapse my sidebar. And so this is the top. Let me take out the comments. I don't need the comments. Now let me scroll little towards the bottom. So this is the middlewares that we talked in the last lecture. Then we have templates. We will come to templates a little bit later on. So here it is. So inside settings, we have an object for the databases. So inside this, you can see that the default engine is the SQLite engine. So it simply means that which database are we using. If we are using Postgres or if we are using MySQL, so we need to specify which engine we are using. The next one is for the name. So let me open up my sidebar again. So this is actually showing us the path for our database. So this is our base directory, and inside our base directory we have a database, and the name of the database is db.sqlite3. So if you see in my sidebar, let me collapse this as well. So this is my base directory, and inside my base directory here we have our database db.sqlite3. Now if I open this database, you will see that the database is empty. So I can click on open database. So what you can do is just go to your extensions tab, and here just search for SQLite and just install this plugin called as SQLite. And after you install this, then we can go back to our editor and just click on this, and you can just click on open database. So here you can see that we have a new explorer window. Let me take this a little up. So this is our database, and you can see that there is nothing inside the database as of now. It's empty. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what we are supposed to do next. So here we can see that they are talking a little bit more about your settings file. So let us go back to the settings file and let me try and explain all of the different knobs you have inside the settings file. So let us go to the very top. So basically this settings file is like the master file for Django. Whenever Django wants to go for any kind of configuration or application settings, it is always going to look inside this file. So the first thing that you can see over here, this is the secret key. So this is actually a security feature, and this is required for so many security features. For example, if you want to generate a CSRF token or any other kind of feature, at those times Django is going to use this secret key. So next, on line number 14, we can see that the current development environment for debug is set as true. So that means right now we are inside the debug mode, and whenever we want to go to production, at that time we can set this as false. So the allowed host is all of the different domains which are allowed to access this Django installation. The next is the installed apps. Now Django ships with a lot of inbuilt applications. So you can see that there is one application for your admin, one is for your authentication, one is for your sessions, and so on. So Django has different applications built inside. And in our case, we have also built one application called as polls. So let me just collapse this one. Let me take this one down as well. So this is the application that we are building as of now. So polls application. And shortly, when we will see how to work with models, we can see that we can also install our app right over here. But right now, let's go with the flow and let us see different kind of settings. The next is middleware. I have already spoken about it, so I will not cover it right now. The next comes your root URL configuration. So that means from where Django should look for your URLs. So again, the path is very simple. It has to go to your package of my site, and from there you can access the module of URLs. The next one is for the templates. In case if we have some dedicated directories for our templates, you can put it right over here. And the default backend, as you can see, is the Django templates. Or if you want to use Jinja, you can use the Jinja templates as well. And we have a couple of context processors as well. So right now we don't have to learn about all of those things. The next is the path for your WSGI application. The next comes your database. So we just spoke about database. The next part is for your authentication password validators. So these are some of the basic password validation features which are included by default in Django. So as you can see here, we have one validation for the minimum length, and we also check if the password is a common password or not. So these are different security measures that ships with Django. The next is the language. By default, it's US English. The time zone is the UTC time zone, and we have some other URLs as well. Normally, you would have to deal with the static URLs or static files such as CSS or JavaScript. So this simply gives the path where we can find all of our static assets. The next comes our default autofill. So I will cover this part when we see how to use our models. So this was a slight overview of the settings that we can find inside Django. Let us go back to the Django documentation and let us see what we are supposed to do next. So right now we are inside the part number 2. In case if you are lost where we are, then simply click on the documentation and we are right over here. So inside tutorials, we are inside part number 2, models and the admin side. So let us scroll a little bit down. So we covered this databases, and we also saw different settings that you can have inside Django. So the next thing is they are showing that how to migrate your database. So let me copy this. Now again, if you're using Windows, make sure to copy from here. Now let me go back to my terminal. So I can just open up my terminal inside my code editor. Oh, before, let me show my real terminal. So here we can see that we have a couple of warnings, and Django is saying us that we have 18 unapplied migrations. If I stop the server, let me clear everything up. And if I paste Django manage.py migrate right over here, and let us press enter. So what Django did is it applied a lot of migrations that are inbuilt inside different Django applications. Now, if this sounds a little bit complex, don't worry. So let us go back, and so this is our settings file. So if you forget where is this settings file, just open up a sidebar. So this is your project for your my site. Inside my site, just go to settings. So that's where we are. Now let me go slightly up, and I want to see my installed apps. So here you can see that Django has different installed applications. Now all of these applications has to work with a database. For example, if we create a admin user, then where do we store all of the data? So Django needs some place to store your admin user. So all of these different applications, they require some sort of models, and those models require some sort of a structure, and that structure has to be migrated to your databases. And that's what this command did right over here. So what this command did was it created different database tables inside our SQLite database. Now if we go back to our code editor, let me close this one. Yes, I want to save, and let me open up my sidebar once again. Now let me collapse this one, and let me open up our SQLite Explorer. Let me click on refresh because we just created a lot of migrations, and you can see that as soon as I refresh my database, we can see that we have a lot of tables inside our SQLite database. Let me pull this a little bit up. So you can see that a couple of moments before there were no database tables, but as soon as we migrated, we have a lot of different tables. For example, this one is for our authenticated user, and you can see that there are different fields for the ID, password, last login, username, and so on. So all of this information or all of these migrations are coming from the inbuilt applications which are shipped by Django itself. So all of these applications are creating all of those migrations inside Django. Now if I go back to my terminal, let me clear up everything, and now let us try to run our server. So I can say manage.py run server. Let me zoom this a little bit for you. Now you can see that on the top we don't have any warnings this time because we have migrated all of the database models to our database. Let us go back to our server and let us see if it is working or not. So this is what we created, a JSON response a couple of lectures back. Let me just refresh and you can see everything is working fine. If I go back to my polls page, again we get this message, welcome to our polls app. So you can see that everything is working just fine. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what we are supposed to do next. So next is they are showing how to create models. So you can imagine models to be a structure of what kind of data you want to save inside the database. Now this is our polls application, and here we need to create two models. So one model would be for our question and the next one would be for a choice. So what's going to happen is we are going to have a question for our polls, and that question would have multiple choices. So let us go down and let us see what they're saying about creating models. So the first thing is you can see that they're asking us to go to this file which is polls and models.py. So let us go right over here. Let me close this one. Let me collapse this. So inside our polls application, let us go to the file of models. Let me collapse my sidebar, and I don't need this comment. So let's create a model right over here. So as we just saw, we need to create two models. So let us create the first model for the question. Let us create a class and let us name the class as question. But this class has to inherit from models.model. So we imported models as you can see on line number 1, and we want to inherit from this models.model class, and we created a new class called as question. Now inside of this class, let us create our fields. First field that we want is for the question text. So let us call it as question text. Now let us define the type of this field. What type this field should be? Do you want this field to be a character type? Do you want this field to be a float or integer or a boolean? What should be the type of this field? Obviously, since this is a question text, that's why we want to have a character field for our Django application. Now remember, character, varying character, varchar, these are all of the terminologies for your database. So what we need to do is let us use models. From here we can choose that we want our model to be type of character field. Now inside this character field, we can see that we have a lot of different options that we can choose from. So let us set the maximum length for our question to be 255 characters. So let me just save the file. Let me go back to the documentation. So here we can see that they have a field for the question text. You can see the model type is char field and the maximum length is 200. Okay, so let us set the length to 200 and let us go back, and here we can see that they have one more field for the publication date. So let us go back, let us go to the next line, and here again the name of the field is your publication date, and again from models we want to choose the type. The type here is your date and time field, and as you can see in the documentation, the first argument is for the verbose name. That means what name you want to display inside your Django application, and here we can say that we want to display the name as date when this is published. Let me save the file. Let us go back to our models and let us check the next one. So we just created the first model for the question. Now let us go to the next one. So the next is for choice. So this model has three different fields. The first field is for the question, second is for the choice text, and the third is for votes. So let us try and create one by one. So let us go right over here. Again, let us create a new class called as choice. Always remember that we have to inherit from models.model. Now the first field is for the question. So we need to tell to our database that this choice belongs to which question. Now this can be solved by using foreign key inside our database. Now in case if you're not familiar with databases, then I would suggest you to stop right over here and learn a little bit about different fields, your foreign keys and joins inside SQL database. Otherwise you will not be able to follow along with me. But I suppose you have some basic concepts of databases. Here we want to create a foreign key saying that this choice that we create, this choice would belong to this particular question. So we can say that the type of this field has to be my models.foreign key, and this one belongs to question, and we need to specify one more mandatory field, that is on delete. So the concept goes like this: if we delete the original question, then what happens to the dependent choices? So in that case, we can say to our Django application that, okay, so whenever someone deletes the original question, that time we also want to delete the choice automatically. And so we can specify that on delete, I simply want to cascade. That means if the related question is deleted, then we simply want to cascade and we want to delete all of the related choices. And all of these things happen automatically. We don't have to delete each and every choice manually. Now let us go back to the documentation. So this is what we just created. So the next is very similar. So let me copy these two fields. Let me go back and let me paste right over here. So the next field that you can see is for the choice text. So this is similar to the question text that we created. Again, the type is character type. The last field, the name of the field is votes. Now since these are votes, we want to count those votes, and since we want to count those votes, we have specified the type as integer field, and we have also set a default value saying that the default value for the votes should be 0. Now before I do anything else, let me open up my sidebar. Now inside my polls application, let us go to this package of migrations, and as you can see right now, there is nothing inside this migrations. But whenever we run the migrations, a new file will be created inside this folder, and that new file will tell Django how to create models inside the database. So right now just keep in mind that we don't have any content inside migrations other than a simple init file. Now again, let me collapse my sidebar and let us go back to the documentation. Now let us go down, and the next part is for activating a model. So what do we mean by activating a model? So till now we have created an application, but how does Django know that we have created an application? So we have to specify, or we have to tell Django that, okay, we have created a new model or a new application. So these are the models that you need to migrate, and these are the models for which you need to create tables inside the database. And after creating those tables, Django again gives you a database access API for accessing our models. So we will talk about how to access your models a little later in the tutorials, but right now let us see how we can activate our models. So here it is. We have to go to our project folder, my site, and then to settings.py, and this is the line that I want. Let me copy this one. Let me go back to my code editor. Let me open up the settings file, and inside our installed apps, let me create a space and let me paste right over here. So now Django knows that we have an application called as polls, and now it can start migrating all of the models. So if you are wondering from where did we get this big name, so what is this? inside your package of polls, it wants us to go to our module of apps, and inside the module of apps we have a class of polls config. Let me open up the sidebar. So let us see that what we want to do inside our polls application. Let us go to the module of apps, and inside this module we can see that Django has created a class which is called as polls config, and this is what we are referencing inside our settings file. Now let me collapse the sidebar. So this is one way of specifying your settings, or there is a shortcut way. We can take all of these things out and we can just write polls. So this is also going to work. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what we want to do next. So here they are saying that let us run another command for migrations. So let me copy this one. Again, let me go back to my terminal. Let me stop my server. Let's clear up everything and let me paste it right over here. So again, what we are trying to do here is we simply want to make migrations to our app of polls. So let me run this command, and here we can see that we have created one migration for polls. Now what it is saying that inside the folder of migrations, Django has created a new file called as 001 initial.py, and inside this file we have migrations for question and our choice as well. So let us go back to our code editor and let us verify all of those things. Let me close all of these things, it's not required. Let me open up my sidebar. Now we need to go to our application of polls. Inside inside polls we want to go inside migrations folder, and inside migrations this is the file which Django created for us. Now please remember in mind that this file is created by Django and it is not intended for us to change anything inside. I just want to show you this file just for the sake of reference, but please be sure not to change anything inside this file. Again, let me collapse my sidebar. So there are a lot of things which are happening inside this file, but let us see the things which are of our importance. So here we can see that Django has created a class for migration, and you can see that it wants to create a model by the name of question. Yes, so that's what we want, right? Now let us have a look at the different fields that it is going to create inside our model of question. Let me split my screen and let me open up the models file here for our reference. On the right, if you see that we have a class for the question, and inside question we have specified two fields. One is for the text and the second one is for the publication date. But if you see inside the migration file on the left, we can see that we have three fields. So the first field is for the ID, second field is for the text, and the third field is for the publication date. Now let me close this one. So what's happening is, by default Python is going to add a field for ID for each of our Django models. Now this thing is so common, that's why we didn't have to specify a field of ID inside our model. Remember, we inherited from models.model. So all of these things are taken care for us by Django itself. But just keep in mind, for each and every model we are going to have a table with a field of ID. Now let us go down and let us see what else is happening. Now again we can see that Django is going to create another model, and this time the name of the model is for choice. Again we can see that Django has injected the field of ID inside our model. We did not have to do this, and it has created three fields. Again, the one is for the choice text, second one is for the votes, and the third is for the question. Now remember, the question is a foreign key field, and that's what the migration file is showing over here. Now again, let me reiterate, please do not change anything inside the migrations folder, because these files are generated automatically for Django. If you want to learn how to create custom migrations, then that is a really advanced topic, and obviously we are not going to cover that thing inside this tutorial. Now let us go back to the documentation. So we just saw the contents of this file. Now let us scroll a little bit down. Now here, if you want to see the actual SQL commands that will create our migrations, then we can see those by using this command. So let me copy this. Now please keep in mind that in future, whenever you want to create migrations, you don't have to follow all of these steps. You can just make your migrations and then you can simply migrate. But here for the official Django documentation, they are just trying to break up things and they just want to show you a couple of different steps that go inside migrations. And let us open up our terminal. Let me clear up all of those things. Let us paste this one and let me press enter. So if you are familiar with SQL, then you will be able to identify that Django has created a SQL statement, and that's right over here. So the statement goes something like this: create table, and Django has named the table as polls question. So this is a convention. The first is the name of the application and it is followed by the name of your model. The same thing goes right over here. Again, polls followed by choice. The next comes the different fields. So we can see that we have one for ID, one for the question text, and one we have right over here for the publication date, and the same thing that you can see for the model of choice. So these are the different SQL commands that would be run by Django whenever we migrate our models. So let me go back. Now let us again go back to the documentation. So we just saw this file, and let's scroll a little bit down. So let us see what they want to do us next. They want now to migrate our database. So remember that we have already seen initially how to use this command when we migrated all of the default built-in applications inside Django. So this is what is actually going to create all of those migrations inside our database. Till now, this application or the application of polls is not yet migrated to our database. If you want to make sure, then again, you can open up your sidebar and let me again open up my SQL Explorer. Let me refresh the database. And as you can see, there are no tables for our polls application. But as soon as we migrate, we would be able to see two tables right over here. The first table would be named as your polls question and the second one would be for our choices. So let us go back to our terminal. Let me clear up everything. Let me paste the command and let us run this command. So okay, it has run all of the migrations. Now please check this line. So what Django is saying that it ran all of the migrations which belong to this file called as 0001. Now if you remember, let me collapse this one. So if we go inside our polls application, inside migrations, inside 001, so all of the migrations that we had inside of this file, all of this were run by this command. So that's what this line is specifying. Now again, let us go back and let us open up the SQLite Explorer. Let me close this one. Let me open this one and let me try to refresh. Now you can see that we have two new tables. The first one is for the choice and the second one is for the question. Let me click on this one. So here we can see that it is showing the different fields. The first is for the ID, second one is for the question text, and the last one is for our publication date. And the same thing will go for our choice as well. So let us go back to the documentation and let us see what we want to do next. So we just saw about migrations, and the next part is about playing with the API. And that's what we are going to do right in the next video. Let us see how to play with the API. Now, if you don't know what is the API, you don't have to worry anything. You can just imagine API about the different ways in which we can play with the database. API is just a fancy word of specifying it. So what Django wants us to do is, it wants us to go inside the Django shell. Now this shell is nothing special. This is your regular Python shell. But since we are using a virtual environment, That's why we need to go inside the shell of our virtual environment. So let me copy this one first and let me open up my terminal. Again, let me clear up all of those things. Let me paste it right over here and let us go inside the shell. Now remember that I'm using IPython, and in case if you're not using IPython or you are using a regular Python shell, then nothing to worry. Just see that if we are going inside your shell or not. Again, we can clear up the shell by pressing Ctrl and L. Now let us go back to our documentation and let us see how we can start playing with our models. Now obviously the first thing, if we want to play with our models, then we need to import our models. So that's what they are doing on line number 1. Let me copy and let me paste. So let us import all of the models that we want. Let us go back. Now let us see how we can start playing with our databases. They are showing that how to query our database. So if we want to see all of the different questions that we have created, then we can use this API. So let me copy this one. Let me come over here and let me paste it right over here. Questions.objects.all. So here we can see that we get an empty query set. So when I was first learning Django, all of these things sounded very confusing to me. What is this objects? What is this all? From where is objects coming? What do you mean by a query set? I had so many questions, and now it's time for me to make your life much simpler than mine. Let us go back to our code editor. Let me collapse all of these things. So inside our polls application, let us open up the module for models. You can see that our class question is actually inheriting from another class called as model, and that's where this objects is coming from. So since we are inheriting from models.model, that's where we are getting this. Now objects is actually an instance of another class. Now you must be thinking, oh, all of these things sound very confusing. But right now just remember that just having a model will not suffice our requirements. We also know what to do with that model. So each and every model comes with an inbuilt model manager, but all of that complexity is hidden behind models.model. So from models.model we get a default model manager, and that default manager is simply called as objects. Now inside that model manager, which is actually a class, we have a method called as all. Now what this method is going to do is it is simply going to query your database, and it is going to give back all of the questions. Now if I have to say all of these things in a very simple term or in terms of SQL, let me show you what I mean. Now again, let me collapse this one. Let me close this file. Let me open up the SQL Explorer. Now let me open up my polls question, and this time I actually want to query my database. So let me right click and I can say that I want to have a new query. Now I don't need all of these things. Let me take it out. So here let us try and write a very simple SQL statement saying that I want to select star from my tables of my polls and question. Let me just right click and let me say, hey, I want to run this select that query, and here we get the answer, and the answer is blank because we don't have anything inside the table of polls question. Now if you want to translate this sentence from SQL to Django, then that's what we have done right over here, questions.objects.all. So this is what we call as the database API. We have to just write a simple Python statement, and that Python statement is then converted to a SQL statement which is run by Django in the background. So we just have to write a high level Python code, and that's it. So let us go back to the documentation and let us see. Now let us try to play a little bit more with our models. So the next thing is they are showing us how to actually create our model, or to be specific, how to insert some data inside our model. So here, as you can see, that they are trying to create an instance of question, but before that they are importing something. So let us copy, let us go back, and let me paste right over here. Let us go back. Now what's happening is they have imported this time zone, because remember, we have a field for publication date for our model of question. Now let me go back right over here. Let me close all of these things. It's not required. I don't want to save. Let me close this one. And inside our polls application, I simply want to open up the file of models. So here we can see that we have a field of publication date. And what is the type? The type is date time field. So we need some date time data that we can put inside this field, and that they are generating by using time zone. So again, let us go back. Let me just copy this one and let me paste, and then I can explain the rest. Let me paste it right over here. So what's happening right over here? This question is the model that we imported right over here. Now if we want to create question, we need to give input for two fields, rather three fields. The first field is for the ID, but as I mentioned, that field is being taken care by Django itself, and we don't need to specify the first field of ID. So what's rest? We have specified two different fields. So the first one is for the question text. What is the type of this one? The type is character type. That's why we are giving a string as the input for our question text. Now, which is the next field? The next field is for our publication date. Now, what is the type for the publication date? The type has to be date time, and that's what we are generating right over here. Now let us press enter, and that's it. We have created an instance of question. But what happens is we have just created that instance, but that instance is not copied inside our database. This brings me to a very important point, that all of the database operations inside Django are lazy. That means Django is not going to query your database till the time we require that data. So as we can see that we have just created an instance of our model of question, but we have not yet invoked a command for saving that database. That's why Django is not going to save it. We have just created an instance in the memory, and that's it. Let us go back to the documentation. So here we can see that in the next line they are saying that okay, now since we have created a question, now it's time for us to save it. So let us go back and let me paste it right over here. So here we are actually saving that question inside our database. So when we invoke this command, at that time actually the Django went and it executed an insert command for our database. Now we have a question, and that question has three fields. So let us check them out. So by default we have the field for the ID. Again, remember that this field is being taken care of and generated by Django itself. The second one was for the question text, and we get the answer as what's new. So that's what we specified right over here. The next one is for our publication date, and as you can see the format is in date time, and this is the answer for this one. Let me clear up all of those things and let us go back to our documentation. So we have seen up till here, and now let us see what we can do. So they are saying that if you want to change the values, so you can change that very easily. So let me just copy this and let us go back. Now remember, we have the question text as what's new, and we want to change from what's new to what's up. Now again, remember that the database operations are lazy. So since they are lazy, we need to tell Django to save to our database. Now the reason why they are lazy is we want to minimize our use of database. Because if we just keep on constantly querying the database, that means our database is very busy. We have to use it only when it is required. So now when we say that, okay, fine, let us save the data, only then that insert query or the update query ran in the background and the data was changed. We can verify by again saying that we want to see what's the question text, and we can see that the text has changed to WhatsApp. Let us go back to our documentation. The next one is again, so this is our database API. So again, as I explained that if we want to see all of the questions that we have created, then we use this API. Now, as we have a method of all, we have so many other methods as well for filter and get and so many other things. Now we get a response back. Earlier we saw that we had got a query set, but that query set was empty. But this time, since we have a question saved inside the database, we are getting some kind of a data. But as you can see, we can't make any sense out of this one. So let us see what the documentation is asking us to do next. So here they are specifying that we can actually create an dunder method for our models as well. So let me copy this one. Let me go back to my code editor, and for my model of questions, let me create this one, and let me copy this one for my choice, and I just have to rename for question text to choice text. Again, let me specify the type. So this one returns a string, and this one as well. So this one returns a string. Now let us go back and let us see what we want to do next. But before we can do this, let us go back to our terminal. Now remember, we changed the model, so we need to come out of our shell and go back one more time. Again, let me clear up. The first thing is we need to import from our polls question, and now we can again query the database. So we can say, hey, questions, objects and all, and here we can see that we have a query set, and the query set has only one object for question, and we can see that we get the string representation for WhatsApp. So now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what they want us to do next. So they want us to create a custom method called as was published recently for the model of questions. So let me first copy the imports. Let us go back right over here, and let me go to the top. Let us import all of those things, and let me copy this method. Let me copy, and then I will explain what's happening. So this is our class of question. Let me paste it right over here. Let me save the file. So what we have done is we have just created a regular method for the class of question. Now the return type is a boolean. I always like to add all of the type hints, so it's much easier for me to understand what's happening with my code. Now if you see what's happening inside this method is we just want to see that if the publication date is recent or not. And how do we know if the question is recent or not? So we say that if 1 day has passed after publishing that question, that means it is not recently published. So what we are doing is we are taking today's time or the time right now, and we are subtracting 1 day out of it. So if the question was less than 24 hours, that means the question was recently published. If it is more than 1 day or if it is more than 24 hours, then it is not a recently published question. And let us go back to the documentation. Now let us see what they want us to do. So these are a couple of more APIs or some more methods by which we can query our database. So let me get it right over here. So again, let me go back to my terminal. Since we changed the file, I need to come out of my shell, and again I need to go back again. Let me clear up all of these things, and let us import question one more time. Let us go back. So again, they are showing how to query. This is what we did some time back. So let me copy and paste. So here we have one question inside our database. Let us go back. As I mentioned that we have different methods on objects. Now again, just to remind you, objects is a model manager. So when we say that we want to manage the model, that means we have different ways by which we can query our database. And here we specify that we would like to see all of the questions inside my table of questions. Now let's see what's happening over here. Now this time we want to be very specific. We just want the question where the ID is 1. Now if I have to write this in terms of SQL, then it would be something like this. Again, let me go back to my table and I want to have a new query. Let me collapse my sidebar. Now here I can say that I want to select star from my polls question, but where my ID is equal to 1. Let me run this statement and here we have the answer. So we get the exact query back. So we can see that the ID is 1, the text is WhatsApp, and this is the publication date. So this is what we are trying to do, but by using the high level API provided by Django. So let me copy this one, let me go back and let me paste right over here. So as we can see that we get the exact same answer back. Let us go back. On the next line right over here, we can see that they are showing a slightly advanced use of our database API. Now we have different fields for our question. One of the field is question text, and we want to query where the question text starts with what. So how do we do that? For that we use this method. So let me again copy this, let me paste right over here, and we can see that we have the exact same answer back because we have only one question and that question starts with what. Now one thing to note is we can see right over here that we have double underscore or dunders. So these are a slightly advanced use of the database APIs. So right now you don't have to understand all of those things in depth, but just get some small idea that we can do all of those things with our Django applications. The next one is again, they are showing that we can also query our database by using the time zone. So that's what they are doing. So I will not run this one, but let me try and explain what's happening. So first they are importing the time zone, and from the time zone they are extracting the current year. And now what we want to do is we want to query our question, but just for the current year. So again, you can see that we have a field for publication date, and then we have the double underscore. So we have the dunder method followed by year, and we are specifying that this year should be equal to the current year, and then we get the answer back. The next one is a very interesting one. So let me copy this one first and let me go back and let me paste it right over here. So we get an error back. Now what is this happening? So let us go back and let us see for the query. So this time we are using a different API or a different method called as get, and for the get we are specifying the ID as 2. Now remember that we have only one question inside our database and the ID of this question is 1, right? We don't have a question where we have an ID of 2. So that's what we are getting right over here. And if I scroll a little bit down, we get the answer as does not exist. Yes, obviously it does not exist because we don't have another question. So that's what this error is trying to tell us. Now let us go back. So here are a couple of more methods. So let me copy this one first and let me go back. Let me clear up all of those things. Let me paste it. So here what's happening is we are again using the get method, and this time we are using a different keyword called as pk. You must have seen that we have used ID before, but you can use pk instead of ID. Now pk stands for primary key. So this is a convenience feature provided by Django, and what we are doing is we are saving the output of this query to a variable called as q. Now let us go back and let us see what they want us to do. Now remember, we have created a method called as was published recently. Now if you open up your code editor, let me close all of these things. I don't require this one, I don't require this one. So if you recollect, this is the method was published recently that we created, and that's what we want to query inside our database API. So let me again copy this one. Let me go back to my terminal and let us paste this one, and we get the answer as true. So yes, we just created that question a couple of moments back, and since it is less than 1 day, we get the answer as true. Now let us go back to the documentation. Now let us scroll a little bit down and let us see what's happening. So a lot of things are happening. Let us check them one by one. So here they are trying to show that if we have a question, then how do we query the choices from the question? Now let me clear up all of those things. Now we already have the question, right? Now let us see if we can query the choices from our question. Now remember, inside choice we have a foreign key for the question, so it's a many to one kind of a relationship. So we can have multiple choices, but all of those choices will point to a specific question which comes right over here from the foreign key reference. So if we have the question, then can we query all of the choices? Yes, we can. And we can query all of the choices by this one. Now just keep one thing in mind, since we have a foreign key, that's why Django by default it's going to have this kind of a naming convention. Now choice is again the name of the model, and underscore set is the default way in which Django is going to query for your database. So this is just a Django specific thing. So let me copy all of these things. Now we have this question, and now we want to query for the different choices for this question. Now remember, we have not created choices for the question. That's why we get a blank query set back. Now let us go back to the documentation. The next they are showing that, okay, fine, we don't have any choices, but we can create these choices. So again, let us see how they are trying to create. We just saw that this is a Django specific thing by which it is going to query to our database, and this time we want to invoke a method of create. Now since we want to insert something to a database, we want to use the method of create, and inside create we have to specify the different fields for our choice database, for the choice table. Now if we check our model, so here we already have the question, but what we don't have is the choice text and the votes. So that's what they are specifying right over here. So this is for your choice text, and this is for the number of votes. So let me copy all of these things. Let me go right over here. Let us paste this one. So we have created a choice for this specific question. Now remember, the ID or the primary key for this question is 1, right? Let us go back. Now they want to create one more choice. Let me copy this one. Let us go back. They want to create one more, but this time they are assigning the value back to a variable called as C. So let me just copy all of those things. Let me run the query. So here what they have done is, as we can see that whenever we run this query, we get the choice back, and on this line number 12, they are just saving what we get back or the choice that we are getting back, and they are saving that choice inside a variable called as C, and that's about it. So now they are showing that since we have a choice, we can also access the question. Remember that the choice has a foreign key relationship with the question, so we can query the question from the choice. So let us go back right over here, and we can say that we want to see the question, and we get the answer back. What's up? So again, remember, this question is nothing magic. If we go back to our code, so this is the question, this is just a database field. So let us go back and let us see what's happening. So what they are trying to do next is, now we have a question, and from the question we can query all of the choices. Now remember, this choice underscore set is the Django's API or the Django's way of querying your database, and all is the method that these guys are trying to invoke. So let me just copy this one and let me go right over here. Let us paste this one. So here we can see that for this given question we have 3 choices, and that's what we are getting right over here. So let us go back, and here similarly as all, we can use a different method called as count. So let me copy this one and let me paste this one right over here. So here we can see that we get the exact count of 3 back, and that's what it is. We have 3 choices right over here. Now let us go back. Now here they are again trying to show a slightly advanced way of querying your database by the publication date and specifically the year. Now I'm not going to run this query. If you want, you can run this query, but make sure that you have the variable of current year inside your shell. And if you remember, we need to import some things like this one. So just remember to import your time zone and create the variable of current year before you can use this method right over here. Yes, before you can use this method. And again, this is also the same thing. They want to query the choice text where it starts with just hacking. So if you want, you can go ahead and you can invoke this API method as well. The last one is for the delete. So if we want to delete the choice, we can just copy this. Let me go back to this one, and if I want to delete this choice right over here for just hacking, so here I can just say choice.delete. Now remember, delete is just a method that we are trying to invoke. Let us go back. This brings us to the last part of the database API. The next part is for the Django admin, and I think we will start with the Django admin right in the next video. Let's try to learn more about the Django admin. I think for me personally, Django admin is one of the best features offered by any of the frameworks. So let's try to learn a little bit more about how the admin features work inside Django. So the first thing they are showing is how to create an admin user. Now it's very obvious, if we want to access the admin area, for that we need to have the proper permissions in place. So what we can do is we can create a super user. Now the super user has all of the permissions by which we can log into the admin interface. So let's see how we can do that. So here they are saying that we have to run this command python manage.py create super user. So let me just copy all of these things. Let me go back to my terminal. Let me stop my server. Let me paste it. So python manage.py create super user. The first thing, it is asking me for my username, so I can just write Octallium, or even if I leave it blank, it will default to Octallium because that's my username. Next, it is asking me for my email address, so I can say it's going to be admin@admin.com. Next is a password. Here you can choose a password of your choice. Again, password. So let me confirm my password, and that's it. We have successfully created our super user. Now let us run our server one more time. So python manage.py run server, and let me go back to my website. So this is how it is currently looking. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what they are talking next. So here they are saying that you can choose the username, you can choose the email address, and then you can choose your passwords. After that, you can create your super user. So this is what we did, right? So next they are saying that you can start with your server. The next is we can access our local admin site, and this is the link. Let me just open it up in a new tab. So here you can see this is the admin interface. I can choose my password. Now let me just log inside. So this is how your Django admin would look like. Let me just slightly zoom out. Now let us go back. So here we saw that it was asking us for the username and password. Oh, just one thing. You can see that all of my interface is black. In your case, it may be white. Actually, I have a dark theme set up on my Mac. That's why everything is black. In case if you have a light theme, then all of the background would be white by default. Now let us go back to the documentation. And here we are saying that once you enter the admin site, this is what would be visible. So you can see right over here. So we have the site admin, and then we have the heading for the authentication and authorization. Under this we have two items. The first one is for the groups, the second one is for the users. Now let us see what's happening next. So let us try and scroll a little bit down, and here they are saying that what you can do is you can also add your polls app into the admin, and by using the admin interface you can start editing your polls application. So let us see how we can do that. So they are saying that you can go to your polls/admin.py, and there you have to import your model, and then you can register your model. So let us go back to our code editor. Now let me open up my sidebar. Again, inside my application of polls, I can go to my admin.py. Let me collapse my sidebar. I don't need the comment. And here I can say that from my models, I want to import question, and then I can say that admin.site.register, and let me pass the model of question right over here. Now let us go back to the Django admin. So this is how the current Django admin looks like. You can see that we don't have any tab for question right over here, but as soon as I refresh, we will see that we have a section for questions. So let me refresh, and here it is. So here we can see that we have a new section for polls, and for polls right now we can edit just the questions. Now let us go back to the documentation. So here they are showing how it is going to look like. So we just saw this one. Let us go back and play a little bit more with the admin interface. So here if I just click on questions, we can see that we have one question right over here, and this is what we have created up till now. So if I click on this question, you can see that we have a couple of different options. So this is to change the question text, and this is for the date published. So if you're wondering from where all of these things are coming, so let me open up my code editor and let me open up the models.py file. Here we can see that for the questions model we have two fields. One is for the question text, so that's what we have right over here, and the next one was for the published date, and for the date the time is date time. So here we have the section for the date, and here we have the section for the time. Now one small thing you may notice that here it is saying that you are 5 hours behind server time. Now in your case this could be something else. Now since I stay in Toronto, so that's UTC -5. That's why it is telling me that I am 5 hours behind the server time. So if you're staying in Mumbai or some other place, the timing would change. In fact, let me show you from where it is coming. So let me open up my sidebar. So to my folder of my site, to the settings, let me close the sidebar, and if we scroll a little bit down, a little bit more, so here we can see on line number 97 we are saying that our current time zone is UTC, and this is what is being referred right over here when it is saying that I am 5 hours behind my server time. We can also try and change some of the different fields. So here maybe we can say hey, what's up, and you can save it. And if you go back to your homes, again if you click on questions, you can see that we have the updated question. So again let us go back to the original text. Also if you want, you can change the date. So you can see that we have a small widget. You can choose any of the date, or if you want to choose a time, you can choose any of your time, and so on. And let me save it one more time. So you can see that the admin interface is actually updating our question. And if I click on the question one more time, here we also have a button for the history, and this is going to show you all of the different changes that has happened till now. So again, let me go back. and let me go back to my polls and questions. Let us go back to the official documentation and let us try to scroll a little bit down. So we just saw all of these things, and we also changed the question and saw how does it work. Now let us go down, and we also saw the change history, and I think we are at the end of part number 2 as well, and we will start part number 3 right in the next video. Welcome to part number 3. If you are a little bit confused where we are, so let me show you. Just click on documentation and we are right over here, part number 3 for the views and the templates. So till now what I have done is I have already explained to you what is a view. Just to give you a small recap, so view is just a function. So let me open up my code editor, and inside polls let me go to my views. Let me give you again a small recap. A view would be just your regular function, and this function should accept your request and it should give back a response. And it's not necessary to just give back an HTTP response. Suppose we are creating our API, in that case we can also give back a JSON response. Now to give you a small recap about the URLs. So if we go to my site, so my site is our project folder. Inside our project folder we have a module for urls.py. So this is going to be our main URLs, and we have defined a URL like this, polls, and whenever we have a match on this URL, at that time we have told Django to include all of the URLs inside our polls application. So whenever a user navigates to this URL, Django is going to jump from here to inside our polls to our URLs, and here it is going to find a match. This is also called as the root path. Let me collapse my sidebar and let me put up a comment. So we have, this has to be polls. So whenever we have a URL like this URL is going to match to our root path. And whenever we have a match, at that time Django is going to call a function, and the name of the function is index, and the name of the module is views. So again, let me open up my sidebar. So whenever we have a match, Django will go inside our polls to our views, and it is going to call this function of index, and index is going to process the request, and it is going to give back some kind of a response. Now let us go back to our URLs. We have also defined one more URL like this. So let me put up a comment. Suppose a user navigates to this kind of a URL. At that time we have a match right over here, and whenever we have this kind of a URL, we are going to invoke the details function inside our views module. So this is our details function. So this is what we have seen up till now. Now let us go to the Django documentation and let us get started with part number 3. So the first thing is they are trying to give you a small overview about different URLs, and here you can see that they are saying that if we have this kind of a URL, so this is not at all user friendly, and they would suggest you to create a URL something which is like this. So this is much more user friendly. Let us go a little bit down. So here they are saying that how we can define a couple of more views, and they also have the matching URLs right over here. So what we can do is let us do all of these things one function or just one URL at a time. So let us go first with the details view. First let me copy this and let me go back to my code editor. Now remember that we had created this detail view a couple of lectures back, but we don't need it right now. So let me take it out, and I don't need the JSON response as well. And let me paste the new code which I've just copied. Let me add my type hint. So the request is of the type of HTTP request. The question ID, this has to be the type of integer, and I'll explain it shortly why it has to be an integer. and again this has to give back an HTTP response. Also, let's change this to a formatted string. So here I can put the curly brackets and I can say my question ID, and I don't need this. Let me take it out. Let me save the file, and let us go back to the documentation. So what we did is we simply created one view, and let us see what they are saying for the URL. So this is the matching URL. Let me copy this. Now remember, we have already a URL for index. That's why I'm copying from here. So we are interested in details right now. So let me go back to my URLs. Again, remember, you have to go inside your polls, and inside polls, this is my URLs file. And let me paste it right over here. Now this was the old thing that we had written, so I don't need that. So let me delete these two lines. So now what they are saying is, if a user goes to this kind of an URL, that is polls/5, at that time we want to invoke the view of detail. But before that, let us have a look at this URL pattern. You can see that this time we have our open and closed brackets. So what this bracket means that we want to create a dynamic URL. So for example, this could be your question ID number 5, it could be 6, it could be 7, it could be 8, it can be anything. That means the data is going to be dynamic. And this open and close brackets indicate that we want to create a dynamic URL. Now the next thing is, this is the type of data that we want. Now the question is, how does Django know that this 6 is not a string, or it has to be treated like an integer? So we need a way to say to Django that this 6 has to be an integer and not a string. And we do it by writing integer right over here. And after the data type, you can see that we have a colon, and after the colon, we simply create a new variable, and we can name the variable anything that we want. But in our case, this 6, this number denotes the question ID. That's why we have created a variable and we have named the variable as question ID. So whenever we have a match for this URL, at that time we want to invoke the details function inside our views file. For a moment, let me split my screen so it's much easier for us to understand. And here let me open the URLs on the left. Let me open the views on the left, and we have the URLs on the right. Now for a moment, let me zoom out so it's a little bit easier for me to understand. Okay, so here it is. On line number 8, we have the details view, and on the right we have the path for the detail view. So whenever a user goes to this kind of a URL, polls/6, what Django is going to do is it is going to call this details function. Now if we go to the left, so this is our views file, and we can see that we have created this detail function. The first parameter, as you know, it has to be a request, and the next parameter you can see right over here. So this is the question ID. Please keep this thing in mind. The name of this parameter should match to our URL. So on the left, we can see that we have question ID, and on the right, inside our URLs file, we have the same name. And inside the URL, we have defined the type as an integer. That's why inside our views, I have also defined the type as an integer. So this pattern should match the pattern that we have defined inside our URLs. So what Django is going to do is, it is simply going to take the 6, convert it to an integer, and that integer is being passed to our view on the left and inside this variable. Let me close this file so it's much easier for us to understand. Now what we can do is, let us test if this view is working or not. So if I open up my URLs, so let us try with the same pattern, polls/6. So this is our application, and if I just go polls/6, and here we have some kind of a response. So the response says that you are looking at question number 6. So if you go back to our code and if you go to our views.py, we can see that we are creating the exact same response. So this response is saying that you are looking at question and the question ID that is being passed to our view. So in our case, as you can see that the URL defines the question ID as 6. That's why we have 6 right over here. So instead, if I say maybe 7, then we have 7. If I say it has to be like 100, then we have 100 right over here. So let us go back to our code. So again, let me try to repeat in short. We have created a URL and this is the pattern, and the pattern is defined like this. And just because we want to create a URL which is dynamic, that's why we have the brackets. And whenever we hit this URL, the views function of detail is being run and we are seeing the output right over here. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what's happening next. Let me scroll a little bit up. So let me copy the next function or the next view. Let me go back to my code editor. Let me paste it right over here. And again, we can have a formatted string and we can say that this has to be my question ID. Again, let us write the type hinting. This has to be my request. This has to be my integer, and we always return some kind of a response. Now we have the view, and the next thing that we want is the matching URL pattern. So again, let us go back to the documentation and right over here, let me copy the matching code from here and let me go to my URLs, and after the details, let me paste it right over here. So here they are saying that if we have this kind of a pattern, polls followed by the question ID followed by results, at this time we want to invoke the results view. And again, this is the pattern that we define. Now remember, this has to be dynamic and this is static. And if we go to our views file, we can see what we are trying to do. Again, we are not doing anything with the view right now. We are simply printing out a simple string to our screen. So if I go back and let us go back to our application. So suppose we go to polls/6/results. Oops, we have some kind of an issue, and here we can read that the issue lies over here. So it's inside our polls, inside our views file at line number 14. So let us go back to our code editor. So this is our line number 14. Oh yes, I forgot to update this line over here. So it has to be just be response. Let us go back, let me refresh, and yes, we have the result. So the first thing that you can see is the URL. So this is the question ID followed by results, and we have the matching text saying that you are looking at the results of question number 6. So let us go back to the documentation and let us see what we are supposed to do next. So the next and the last view that we want is for the vote. Let me copy this function and let me go to my views file and let me paste it right over here. Again, let me add the type hints. This has to be our request. This has to be my integer, and this has to give back a response. Again, I want a formatted string, and let me change this to my question ID. And before I forget, let me take this thing out. Now again, we have the view. The next thing that we want is the matching URL pattern. So again, let us go back and let me copy the URL pattern from here, and let me go to my URLs file. At the last, let me paste it right over here. So here we can see the pattern. The pattern is like this. So we have the question ID right over here, and after the question ID we have vote. And again, this is how we define the dynamic URL. And whenever we have a match for this URL, Django is going to call the function of vote. Now if we go to this function of vote, we can see again this accepts a request and the question ID, and this is simply going to display that you are voting on question followed by the question ID. So let us go back and let us try this one out. So this has to be vote, and we have the output saying that we are voting on question number 6. Again, if you want to change, you can change the question number. Suppose we can say 3, then we get the output as we are voting on question number 3. Now let us go back to the documentation. So on this line, they are saying the exact same thing. So for example, if we go to the function of detail, the type of the request that Django is processing is our HTTP request, and the question ID is of the type of integer that we can see right over here. And now here they want to create a view that can actually do something more meaningful. So let me first copy all of these things, and then we can see what's happening inside. So remember, this is for the index function. So let us go back, and the first thing that I need to do is I need to import my model of questions. So here I can say that from the current package, go to the module of models, and from models I want to import question, and let me go right over here. Let me take this out and let me paste the new code. Now what's happening right over here on line number 7 is, if you remember a couple of lectures back, we saw how to use the database API. So what they're doing right over here is they want to query the database for all of the questions, but they want to order our questions by publication date. And this hyphen means that we want the order to be in descending order. So if I take out the hyphen, this means that the order should be in ascending order. And right over here, we have created a slice. That means we simply want to see the first 5 results only. So again, let me put a hyphen saying that we want to have a descending order. Just for your convenience, let me write a select statement. So I can say that, suppose this is the select statement, select star from our table of post and questions. Then I can say that I want to order by my publication date. I want in descending order, and I want to create a limit of 5. So this is the SQL statement, and we are writing the SQL statement in terms of Django API. And the next thing that we are doing is we are simply saving the output inside this variable called as latest question list. Now the type of this is a little bit interesting. So first let me import, then I can show you. Here I can say that from django.db.models, I want to import my query set. Now the type of this is actually a query set, and this query set contains our model of question. So this query set is a list like kind of an object. We can iterate over the query sets, and that's what we are doing in our line number 12. So on the next line, that is on line number 12, they simply want to join all of the question text together. So in case if we have 5 questions, then we can have the 5 question text together, and all of the question text would be separated by a comma and a space. And finally, we simply have to return back the output. So let me save this file and let us go back, and let us go back to our application. So this, we simply have to go back to the route of /polls, and that's it. Right now we have just one question called as what's up. In case we have some more questions, they would be displayed right over here. So what we can do is we can go to the admin side and we can add a question really fast. So let us navigate right over here. So instead of polls, I want to go to my admin route. Let me slightly zoom out, and here from the questions I can simply click on add, and I can just say Python is easy to learn. I want my today's date, and the time has to be right now, and let me save the file, and let me go back to my site. The route has to be polls, and here we can see that we have the question text. Python is easy to learn, and the next is the question text that we had created a couple of lectures back. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what's happening. So we just did this one, and The next thing is they are talking about templates, and I think we will start with templates right in the next video. Now let's get started with templates. So if we go back to our code, this is our views file. Till all this while we have been using a simple HTTP response object. But as you know, the web pages can be much more complex. A web page can have a lot of data to render, or it may have some other complex structures like forms which we need to handle. So in all of those cases, it's much convenient to create your regular HTML templates. And as you can guess, Django supports all of this templating language. In fact, Django has its own inbuilt templating language, and which is normally referred to as Django templates. It's a regular HTML file, but just the way that you write the file slightly differs, and I will show you how all of those things work. So let us go back to the documentation, and let us start with the first thing, that is by creating our templates. And I want you to notice this path over here. So we have our polls application. Inside of the polls application, they want to create a directory for templates, and again inside this directory of templates, they want to create another directory by the same name, polls. And finally inside of this, we create our template by the name of index.html. You must be wondering, why do we need so many folders inside another folders, or why do we need another folder called as polls inside templates? So normally what happens is, whenever Django wants to load its templates, it's going to scan your application from to the top to the bottom. And in case instead of polls we have another application, maybe like a blog or a contact, and inside of that application we have another file called as index.html. So at that time Django gets confused. Should Django use the index from the polls application, or should Django use the index from the blog application? So in order to avoid this confusing situation, what we do is we simply create a folder by the name of application inside templates, and that's where we house all of our templates. So let us go back to our code editor. Let me open up my sidebar. So this is our polls application. Here I create a template folder. Inside of this, again I create another one by the name of polls, and inside of polls I create a file which is of the name of index.html. Now let us go back. Let me scroll a little bit down. Now what these guys have done is, they have first given the code, and then we have the view for it. So let us do the same thing. First let me just copy from the index.html, and then when we write the views file, at that time I will be able to explain what's happening inside the template. So I just go over here, just paste all of this. Now let us go back and let us have a look at the view. Here they are doing a couple of things. So the first thing is they are importing a loader from our Django templates, and then they create a template right on this line, and finally it gets rendered right over here. So let us go back to our code editor, and where we can write all of these lines one by one. So let me close this. Let me collapse my sidebar, and on the top first let us try to import. So I can say from Django.template I want to import my loader. Now let us go to our views of index. Here I don't need this line, so let me take it out, and let us create a variable called as template. And here we can say that from the loader I want you to get the template, and here we need to specify the path. Let me just open up my sidebar. So by default Django always looks inside the folder of templates. That's the way how Django is coded. But remember, we need to be specific. We have created another folder by the name of polls inside templates. So inside this code over here, we need to be specific, and we can say that I want you to go inside the folder of polls, and there you can find the file of index.html. The next thing what we can do is, let us create another variable by the name of context, and this is going to be a simple dictionary. Let us write the key over here, and what I'm going to do is I want to name my key as latest question list. and I want to assign the value of latest question list to this one. And finally, inside our response, we can say that template, I want you to render. Then let us pass our variable of context, and then let us pass the request. Let us go back to our server and check if it is running or not. Let me click on the link and let us navigate to the right URL. So as you can see, everything is working. Now let us go back to the code editor and try and understand what's happening with our templates and our views. So again, let me split my screen and let me open up my index.html on my right, and on the left I have my index view. So if you check your index.html on the right, you can see that we have very special syntax right over here. So these are called as your code blocks. So they are with your open and closing curly brackets, and then we have the % symbol inside of these things. So what happens is whenever Django runs your HTML file, it actually parses all of your file, and these code blocks are actually replaced by valid HTML data. So if we go back to our web page, and if I just right click and if I click on view page source, we can see that what Django has done is it has actually created two links and two anchor tags, and it has injected the code inside. Now let us go back to our code editor. So what Django did was, you can see this block over here. So all of these code blocks were replaced by Django, and Django injected all of the HTML code. Now let us try and understand what's happening inside our index.html file. So the first line, we are saying that if latest question list. Now from where is this variable coming? So if you go to the left to your function of index, you can see that, let me slightly zoom out. Sorry, I need to zoom out. Here we can see that we have created a variable called as context, and the key is latest question list. So what Django is doing is, if you see on the right, this variable comes from your context on the left. If you want, you can also change the name of this variable. So this can simply called as latest question. But if you change the context name, then it has to also reflect in a template. So this becomes your latest question, and this also becomes your latest question. But for the sake of convenience, let us go back to the old naming convention. Here it is. Let me save it and let me zoom back inside again. So again, a small recap. The brackets, the curly brackets and the % sign are your code blocks, and here we have this variable latest question list. This is coming from the context. Oh, I need to change right over here as well. So this variable inside our template is coming from the context data. Now let us go to the next line, on line number 2. On line number 2, you can see that we are creating an unordered list. And if we go back to our web page, we can see that inside our page source, we can see that we have an unordered list. Now let us go back to the code. On line number 3, what we are doing is we are creating a regular for loop inside our template. Just as you would create your for loop inside Python, the same way you are going to create a for loop inside our Django templates. So if you see, the syntax is very familiar. So the syntax says that for question inside my latest question list. Now, what is the type or what is the data inside this variable? So again, let us go back to the index, and if you see on line number 10, we have the data right over here. Latest question list is the type of our query set of questions, and that's what we are passing it right over here on line number 14. So here it is, we are assigning the value of latest question list to the key of latest question list. All right, now let us go back to the index. So now what's happening here is that we have a for loop, and for each iteration, what we want to do is we want to create a list item, and inside the list item, we want to create an anchor tag. Now if we go back and check the source code, here we can see that yes, Django has created 2 list items, and that's because we have two questions in our database. The first one, the title or the question text is Python is easy to learn, and the second one is simply what's up. So let us go back. So till line number 6, what we have done is we have created an unordered list and we have dynamically inserted the list items. And for each iteration, let us see what we're doing. Let me go back to my full screen so that's much easier for us to understand. So this is our file. So what we are doing is for each iteration inside our for loop, we are creating a list element, and inside the anchor tag, you can see that we are injecting data dynamically. Again, this open and closing curly brackets are Django specific. So what Django is going to do is for each iteration of your question, it is going to replace this variable by the actual question ID. Now, if you go back to the web page, you can see that we have polls/2. So this 2 is the question ID of this one. And for WhatsApp, the ID is number 1. So this data is being generated and injected by Django dynamically. And inside our anchor tag, we want to have the question text. And that's what is also being rendered inside our HTML template. Now, if we go back to the web page, so this is what finally gets rendered on our browser. Now let us go back, and the next part is right over here on line number 7. So if we are saying that if we don't have any of the latest question list, at that time I simply want you to render a paragraph tag which contains no polls are available. And finally on line number 6, we are ending our if statement. And as you can see, this syntax is specific to Django templates. So this is also called as your Django templating language. It's very similar to your regular Python, but with a slight twist. Now let us go back to our views file. So let me close the index.html. I don't need it. Yes, I want to save everything. And this is our views file. Now what we can do is, instead of creating a template and then calling to render it, Django actually gives you a much more convenient feature. So let's see how we can explore the little shortcut. So here what I can do is I can say that from my Django.shortcuts, I want to import render. Now let us go down, and here I don't need this line, so let me take it out. And here what we can do that instead of creating an response object, we can simply call the function of render. The first parameter is your request. The second one is the name of the template. Now remember, we have to be specific, so we have created a folder called as polls, and inside of that folder we have index.html. And the third variable is actually the context or the data that we want to pass to our template. And since we have the variable called as context, that's what we are passing right over here. So this variable that we created, we are simply passing that variable inside our render function. Now let me save the file and let us go back to our browser, and if I refresh the page, everything is working just as fine. Now let us go back to the documentation. So this is where we saw how to use the template variable and how to use template.render. Now if I go slightly down, here they are explaining how to use the render function. So we just saw this one as well. Now let us try and scroll a little bit down. Okay, so this is important. Now what happens if we don't have a valid question inside our database? So at that time, we actually need to raise an error called as 404 error. You must have seen this error very frequently on other websites, and we need to handle this situation as well. So let us go back to our code editor and let us import. Here I can say on line number 1, I also want to import my HTTP 404 error. Now let us go right over here. Here what we can do is, oh sorry, I think they're talking about the details view. Let me confirm. Yes, so they're talking about the details view. So what we can do is inside our details view, here we can create our try and catch block. So we can say first try, Let us see if we can find the question or not. So let us create a variable called as question, and then we can use the database API. So we can say that question dot objects dot get, and I want you to get by my ID, or you can also write as primary key. You can use anything that you want, and my primary key should be my question ID. So remember, this question ID is coming from the function definition right over here, and this is coming from our URLs. So the next thing is, in case if we are not able to find the question, so at that time we can use an except block. Here we can say that from my question I want to check for my does not exist. So in case we don't have the question, at that time we have to raise and HTTP 404 error, and we can say that question does not exist. And if everything is working fine, then what we need to do is we simply have to render. The first one is the request. The path would be your poll/detail.html. The third one is our context or the data that we want to pass. So let's create the key and value pairs right over here. So we can say that the key would be my question, and the data that I want to pass is the question. Let us save the file and let us go back to the documentation. So we have finished all of this code, but it's not going to work because we don't have the details HTML page as of now. So let us scroll a little bit down, and here they are saying that let us create the details.html page inside our polls application. So again, this is the path, and we have just one line of code inside our HTML template. So let me just copy this. Let us go back to our code editor. Let me open up my sidebar. Now remember, we are inside our polls application, inside templates, inside the folder of polls. Here I need to create another file by the name of detail.html, and let us paste the code right over here. So this is just a single line of code. Let me collapse my sidebar, and if I go back to my views file, again the name of this variable or the name that we give inside the key and the name that we reference inside the templates should match. That's why here also we have a question, and on line number 23 here also we have the question, and the data that is being passed is right over here, and this data we are getting on line number 20, which is right over here. Now let us go back to our browser. Let us go back to our application. Let me first refresh my page, and then let me click on this one. So our details HTML file is also working. We get this output, and if you go back to the code, that's what we are rendering. We simply want to render the question. Now remember, let me open up my models, and inside our class of model we have a dunder_str method. So whenever we want to display the question, just the question text is being rendered, and since in our case the question text is Python is easy to learn, that's why that is being rendered whenever we call the details view. Now let us go back to the documentation. So on the next line they are saying that we also have a convenient shortcut called as get object or 404. So let us go back. Let me collapse my sidebar. I don't want the models. I don't want the details file as of now. So this is our views file. Again, let me go to the top, and from Django.shortcuts, let me import another function called as get object or 404. Now let us go back to our details view. Here what we can do is we can replace all of these things by the convenient function that we just downloaded. So here I can say that my question would be my get object or 404. The class is the question, and the arguments is my ID should be equal to my question ID, and that's it. Now if we go back to our browser, let me go back to the application, let me refresh. So everything is working fine. Let's go back one more page. Let us click on WhatsApp. So this is also working fine. So what we did is we simply replaced all of the lines with a single function that we imported from Django itself. And the first argument was the model that we wanted to query for, and the second parameter is by which parameter we wanted to query. And since we wanted to query our database by ID, we simply pass the key value pair right over here. Now let us go back to our Django documentation and let us see what's happening next. So here they are showing that how we can work with our Django template. So again, let me copy this code. Let me go back to my code editor, and what I want to do is I want to open my details.html and let me replace the single line with the new code. Now let us see what's happening. Now remember, we have a question, and on the first line we have created our h1 tag. And remember, these curlies are your Django templating language syntax, and the data that we want to render is we want to go to the model of question, and we simply want to render the question text. When we have this two open and close curly brackets, that means that we simply want to display the data. And when we have the curly bracket followed by %, that means we actually want to run the data, and then we can do something with the data as we are doing on our line number 4. So again, on line number 3, we are creating the for loop, and this is your regular for loop. And what we are doing is we simply want to query for the choice. Now this choice is coming from our model of question. Now remember, inside the model of question, we saw how to access the choice set, and that's what we are doing right over here. And for each iteration of the choice, we simply want to create a list item, and inside the list item, we just want to display the choice text. So again, let me repeat, we simply want to display the data. That's why we have two open and two close curly brackets. And here we have the curly bracket and the %, since we want to actually run the for loop. And on line number 5, we are closing our for loop. And finally, at line number 6, we are also closing our unordered list. Now let us go back and let us go back to our application. Let us go back and let me click on Python is easy to learn. So here you can see that now the text is bigger, and if I again right click and then if I go to the source, we can see that we actually have an h1 tag. Let me slightly zoom inside for you, and this h1 tag is coming from here. So here you can see that we have an h1 tag. That's why we have an h1 tag right over here. And since we have not created any choices for this question, that's why we don't have any choices right over here. Let me close this one. Let me close this one. Let us go back and let us click on WhatsApp. So yes, this time we have two choices. The first one was not much and second one was the sky. Now what we can do is we can slightly jump ahead of the documentation, and in case if you're wondering from where this came, or if you want to create your own choices, let us do one really fast shortcut. Let us go back to the polls application, and inside the admin, let me collapse my sidebar, and on line number 3 we can also import choice. And let's do one thing. We can again say admin.site.register, and I want to register my choice as well, because I don't remember if I had created these choices on screen or offline when I was testing my application. But now since we have added this choice to our admin app, we can simply go to the admin. So what I can do is I can go to the admin. Let me put my username and password. You can see under the section of polls, we have two different tabs. So one is for choices and the second one is for the questions. So let me click on choices, and here let us create some more choices for our question number 2, that is Python is easy to learn. So here we can say that the question is Python is easy to learn, and let's say the choice is yes, Python is easy, and let's save and add another. Let's again choose the same question, and here we can say neither. Let us again add one last one, and here we can say as simply no, and let us click on save, and let us go back to our site. let us go back to our URL of polls. Now since we have added choices for the question number 2 as well, let me click on this, and this time we have the choices. Python is easy to learn, yes, neither, or no. And all of this data is being dynamically rendered from our template, which is right over here. And you can see that since we have added 3 choices, we have 3 choice text on our web page. So again, if I just right click and if I go to my page source, here you can see that we have 3 list items, and these are all your choice text that we just created. Alright, so let me close this one and let us go back to the documentation. Let us try to scroll down and let us see what's happening. So the next part, they're saying that we have some hard coded URLs inside our templates, but we can do a much better job by using another Django template specific syntax, and that is by using the URL. So let us go back to the code editor. Let me first close all of these files which I don't want. Let me open up my sidebar. Now inside my templates, I want to go to my index.html. So here, as you can see that this is the hard coded URL. Now in future, what happens if you change the URL? Instead of writing polls, we wanted to go to the root path and something like this happens. Then we need to go to all of the templates and we need to change the hard coded URL from all of the templates, which could be much error prone. But what we can do is we can simply use the Django syntax. So let me show you what it is. So here I can open and close my curly brackets. I can put my person symbol saying that this is going to be my Django syntax. I don't need the quotes. And here we have to be specific. We want to say that we simply want to invoke the function of URL. And if you remember, we have given the names to our URLs. So again, let me open up my sidebar. And if I go to my URLs, here we can see that for the view of details, we have given the name as detail. So this is what we are going to refer inside our HTML template. So again, let me close this one. Let me collapse my sidebar. Here I can say that I want to access the specific URL of my detail. And if you remember, just go back to your URLs of details. So this is your URL of detail. Now what happens is for this URL, we also need to pass the question ID. So we need to be specific inside our templates as well. So again, let me go back to the template. And besides this, we want to say that we also want to pass the question ID to our URL of detail. Oh, sorry. I guess we need to have this quotes right over here, because this URL needs to be rendered inside our templates. So again, let me reiterate what we have done is we are using our Django open and curly brackets along with our person symbol, which means that we want to process the code inside the curly brackets. And what we are doing is we are using a specific syntax called as URL. So what we want to do is we want to invoke a specific URL by the name of detail. Now this name of detail is coming from our URL files. Here we have specified the name as detail, and this is what we are referencing inside our HTML right over here. And our URL also needs to be passed the question ID, which is coming from right over here. Now this question is coming from our for loop that we have defined on line number 3. And we simply want to access the ID field out of our model of questions. Let me save this. Let us go back to our browser. Again, let us go back to our index page and let us see if it's working or not. So as you can see, everything is working fine. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what they are saying next. So they are saying that we have this view of details, and that's what they are putting inside the URL. So let us move on. And the next part is about namespacing your URLs. Now let me explain what they mean by the concept of namespacing. Let me open up my code editor and let us go back to the file of URLs. Now what happens is we have given a very specific name to our URLs called as index, detail, results, and vote. But what happens if we have multiple applications with the same URL name? For example, we may have another application for our blog post, and we may have an index view for our blog post. At that time, again, Django will get confused. Should it call the index view from the polls application, or should it call index from our blog application? So in order to mitigate this confusion, what we can do is we can create another variable right over here. Now the name of the variable has to be very specific. The name has to be our app label, and in this case the name of our application is polls, so let us write the app label as polls. Now whenever we reference this index, we can be specific and we can say that first, Django, I want you to go to my application of polls, and after that I want to use the URL or the view of index which is specific to just our polls application. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what's happening. So that's what they have done. They have created a variable called as app name. So just remember, the name of this variable is very important. And the next is they are showing how to reference that app name inside our URLs, inside our templates. Again, let us go back to our index.html. Inside my polls, this is the index.html. Now remember, a couple of minutes back we created this URL, and we are saying that we want to reference a URL by the name of detail. But now we can be specific and we can tell to Django that I want you to go to my polls application, and from my polls application I want you to reference the details URL. So this is how it is written inside our Django templates. Let me save the file. Let us go back to our browser and let me refresh the page. Oops, so we have an error saying that polls is not a registered namespace. So let us go back to the URLs, and I think I know what I did. So this has to be app name, not app label. So now you know what happens if we get the name wrong. Let me save the file, and if I try to refresh, now everything is working fine. And I guess this is what we are supposed to cover in this part as well. So the next part I think we will start in the next video. The next part is, I think, working with forms, and I will catch you in the next one. Welcome to part number 4 of our polls application. So if you're wondering where we are, then just click on documentation, and we are on part number 4, forms and generic views. So let us get started. Let me open up my application. So this is our application as of now, and whenever I click on any of the question, we can see that we have the question on the top and we have a couple of choices at the bottom, but we don't have any mechanism by which we can vote on these choices. So suppose if I want to vote on yes, or if I want to vote on no, then how do I do it? In order to do this, we can use a simple form, and that's what they are showing you inside the documentation. So the first thing, as you can see over here, is they are showing how to use a form inside our HTML template. Now this form goes inside our polls/detail.html. So what I will do is, first let me copy and paste all of the code from the template, and then I will explain to you everything line by line. So let me just copy this and let us open up our code editor. Now I want to open up the template of details, and we don't want any of this. Let us take it out and let me paste the new code right over here. Now let us see what's happening inside this template. So the first thing is, this is a form, and for a form we have normally two methods. So this is for the post method and another is for the get method. We also have put method and so on, but right now let's just concentrate on the method. So what happens is, whenever a user clicks, say for example, if I want to vote on yes, and if I click on yes, at that time what do I want to do is, I simply want to pass the data, or I want to pass my choice back to my server. And since I'm sending data back to my server, that's why the method is called as post. So that means whenever the user clicks on submit, at that time I want to post the data to my server. And how does the server handle the data? the server is going to forward all of the data to this URL. So the URL is inside our polls application, then by the name of vote. Now if I open up my URLs, here we can see that we have this URL right over here, and we have given the name for this URL. The name is vote, and this is what we are referencing inside our HTML template. So here it is. Go to polls application and then go to the URL which has the name of vote, and we also need to pass the question ID. So if you just open up your URLs, here you can see that this URL also needs a question ID. So that's what we are passing it right over here. The next thing, as you can see over here, this is called as CSRF token. But right now just think of it like a security feature which is trying to protect our application. The next thing that you can see is we have a regular field set, and then we have a legend. So these are your typical HTML tags, and here we have the h1 tag, and we are simply displaying the question text inside our h1 tag. After that we have a tag on line number 7 for errors. So that means if we have any kind of errors, at that time we simply want to display the error message, and as you can see we want to wrap the error message inside the strong tag, and which is further enclosed inside a paragraph tag. The next one, on line number 8, we can see that we are creating a for loop. So what we are trying to iterate is we want to get the choice from our choice set, and for each iteration we want to create a input tag, and we also want to create the label tag. So first let us try and see the input tag. Now the type of the input tag is a radio. In case if you wanted to have multi-select, it would be a different type, but in this case we have to enforce that the user can select only one choice. That's why the type is radio. The next one is, as you can see right over here, we are giving a name to our input, and we are saying that the name should be choice. I will come to this a little later when we see how we can use views for this form. The next is, this is simply your CSS ID, and we are referencing something which is called as your Django template tags. So I will show this also a couple of seconds later. The last thing is the value, and inside the value we simply want to pass the choice ID. So it's just like your Django dictionary. The key would be choice and the value would be right over here, but don't stress too much on it. We will cover this part inside the views. And the next is we want to create a label for our input button. So again we are saying that we want to create the label for, and as you can see the ID and the for ID, they are matching. And the next is what we want to display as our label. So we simply want to display the choice text as our label. On line number 11 we are simply ending our for loop, and on line number 13, as you can see, we are creating a submit button, and we simply want to display vote on the button. So that's why the value is called as vote. Now let me save this file and let us go back to the Django documentation, and let us scroll a little bit down, and the next part is right over here. So this is the views part. Now this view looks a little bit long and complicated, but there is nothing to worry about it. So for this one, what I will do is, instead of copying and pasting, let us write all of this code one line at a time, so it's much easier for you to understand. Just remember that we are working on the view for the vote. So let us go back to our code editor, and let me open up my views file, and we have to work on vote. So I don't need this line, let me take it out. So let's create a variable called as question, and here I can simply say get object or 404. Just remember that we had imported get object or 404 on the top. So here it is on line number 4, and that's what we are referencing inside this function as well. The first thing is the model that we want to query for. So we want to query for the question model, and now we also need to give the query parameters. So I can say that my primary key or my ID should be equal to my question ID. So what this is going to do is it is going to query our question model for the question ID, And in case if it finds the question, then we have the question right over here. Or if it does not find it, then it is going to raise a HTTP 404 error for us. So now we have the question, and the next thing that we want is the choice for which the user has voted. So let us try and create our try blocks, and here we can say that our selected choice is equal to. Now let us see how we can query the database for the given choice. So here we can say that from this question we want to query for our choices. So here I can say that from the question I want you to go to my choice set, and from the choice set I want to get a specific choice. So I can say get, and I want to query with my primary key is equal to. Now this is a slightly tricky part. We want to get the specific choice for which the user has voted, and that data is coming from our HTML form, and the method is post. So let me write the code first and then I will explain what's happening. So here I can say that from my request dot post I want to get the value for the key of choice. Now let me explain what's happening inside this code. Now let me open up my template. So as you can see over here on line number 9, for the input tag we have given the name as choice and the value is the choice ID. So as I said, just imagine this to be your dictionary and key and value pairs. So that's what we are doing right over here. So we want to get the value for the key of choice, and just remember that the key which I've put over here, choice, and the name that we have given inside the input tag should match. And that's how Django knows which data it is coming inside our request. And since the type of request is a post request, so that's why we are specifying that from the post request I want you to get the value for the key, and the key is choice. So next let us write our except block. Now just try and think what can go wrong. The first thing is maybe we don't have the key of choice, or second thing we don't have the selected choice. So inside the except block what we can do is we can create a tuple. The first error could be a key error, the second one could be choice does not exist, but for that we need to import choice. So let me go to the top, and from imports let us import choice as well. Now let us go down right over here, and here I can say that for my choice does not exist. So in case we don't have the key of choice, or in case we don't have the selected choice inside our database, so in that scenario we want to render a specific template. The first parameter is our request, and we want to render polls detail.html, and let us create the context data. So the first thing which I want to send back is obviously the question. So here we can create a key and we can say question, and let us pass the data. So remember this question is coming from our line number 29, which is right over here. And next we can create one more key and value pair. So we can say that for the error message, and let's assign some string to this one. So we can simply say that you didn't select a choice. The next is our else block. So in case we get a choice, what we can do is we can also write the type hints. So this is going to be of the type of choice. Now let us go back to the else block. So in case everything is working fine, we find the selected choice, then we simply need to vote on that choice. And what do we mean by vote? We simply have to increment it by 1. So here we can say that from my selected choice dot votes, I simply want to add 1 to it. And the next thing is we simply want to save this to our database. So we can say that selected choice dot save. Now remember, all of the database queries are lazy, so just changing the value will not save the model inside our database. That's why we have to explicitly call this method of save. Now after we have the vote, what we can do is we can simply redirect the user to the results page. So let me show you how it is to be done. But first thing, we also need to import one more thing from the top. So here I need to import HTTP response redirect, and let us go down. And here, after we have saved to our database, here we can say that this time I want to return a redirect. Now as you can see that the first parameter is the redirect to string. So that means it is asking a string to where we want to redirect. So here we are going to use a small trick. If we go to our URLs, we have one route for the results which we have named right here. And as you can see, this URL also takes the question ID. So what we can do is we can tell Django to use a function called as reverse, and Django itself will build the URL for us. So let us see how we can do that. First, let me go to the top. So here let us import. So we can say from Django.urls we want to import reverse, and let us see how we can use this function. So here what we want to do is we want to build a URL dynamically. Now the reason why we want to create a dynamic URL is, for example, in the future, if this path changes, then again we have to update the URL inside the views, and this could be a little bit error prone. But if we generate the URL dynamically, then we don't have to worry. And let us see how to do that. So here we are saying that we want Django to create a URL, and as you can see, the first parameter is the view name. So here we can say that I want Django to go to my polls application, and then I want Django to go to a view by the name of results. Let us go back to the URL and let us check for the name. Yes, so the name is results. So that's what we are referencing inside our reverse. The next thing is this URL also needs a question ID. So after the view name, we can simply say that we also want to pass some arguments, and here we can simply create a tuple or a list, anything will go. And we can say that we want to pass the question.id. Oh, let us also use the type int over here. So this question is of the type of question. Let me save everything, and I think we are good to go. So let us go back to the documentation and see if everything is okay or not. So we just completed this views file, and I think what we can do is let us go to our application and let us try to refresh and see what's happening. So as you can see that the web page have changed. Now we have a form, and the form field is Python is easy to learn, and the choices are yes, neither, and no. And just because we have specified the input type as the radio button, so that's why we have these buttons. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what's happening next. So the next part is, since we are redirecting to the results page, we also need to render the data. So we need to update the views and the results.html file. So again, let us go back to our code editor. But before, let me just copy this because it's a very simple code. Let me open up my code editor. Now remember, this is for the results view. So let me take all of these things out. Let me paste all of these things. So again, what they are doing is they are simply trying to query for the question, and they are using the shortcut of get object or 404. And if we are able to find the question, then we simply want to render, and we want to render polls/results.html, and we simply want to pass the question to our template. Now let us go back to the documentation. So this is the updated code for results.html. Let me copy this. Let me open up my sidebar, and inside my polls, let us create a file called as results.html, and let us paste the code right over here. Now let us see what's happening inside the results.html. So the first line is similar to you. We simply want to display the question text. Then we have the unordered list, and then we have the for loop. And for each iteration of the for loop, we want to create a list item, and inside the list item, we want to display a couple of things. So the first thing that we want to display is the choice text, followed by a little bit of hyphen, and then we want to display the number of votes that the choice has got. Now this part is slightly interesting. So what's happening over here is we are using something which is called as Django template filters. So this pluralize is a Django template filter. So these filters are used to change the way in which your data is displayed on our template. And once we go back and once we render the template, at that time I will be able to explain what's happening inside this Django filter. But for now, let us just go with the flow. So here we close the unordered list, and then we also create another button in case the user wants to vote again. And this, as you know, we are creating a URL dynamically. Now let us go back to our browser and let me refresh the page. Suppose I want to vote on yes. Let me choose the yes option and let me click on vote. So here it is. This is our results page. For yes, I have created one vote, and for neither we have 0 votes, and no also we have 0 votes. Now let us go back to the template filter part. So what we are trying to do over here is we simply want to show if the votes are in plural form or not. So in case if we have 0 votes, so this word of vote should be followed by S. So if we go to the templates, so this S, that means the pluralized version is being generated by the tag right over here. Now this Django tags and filters are a vast topic, and if you want you can go to the Django documentation, and here we can simply search for tags, and here we have the built-in template tags and filters. So as you can see, Django offers a vast variety of different filters. And as you get a little bit more experience with Django, you will understand where we can use different filters. But right now, just let us go with the flow, and keep in mind that we can use different filters inside our HTML templates. Let us go back to the documentation and let us see what's happening next. So the next part is all about creating generic views, and I think we will start with generic views in the next video. The next part is about creating generic views. So if we go back to our code editor and let us close all of these things, this is our views file. We can see that all of the views are in the form of functions. So this pattern is also called as function-based views. But since Django is object-oriented programming language, we can use classes instead of functions. And for this, Django provides a lot of convenience feature by the way of generic views. For example, we have a detail view right over here. For this, Django provides a generic detail view, and for the index, Django provides a generic list view. So let us see how we can use all of these things one by one. First, let us go back to the documentation, and if I scroll a little bit down, so we need to change 2 files. The first thing, we need to change the urls.py file, and the second thing is obviously we also need to amend the code inside our views file. But inside the documentation, they are first changing the URLs file and then they are changing the views file. But we will do in the reverse order. First, I will show you how to write the view. Then we will go and update the URL. So let us have a look at the views file. So this is the first view that they are creating, and this is for the index view. Now don't worry, we will write all of the code line by line, so you don't have to get confused. Let us go back to our code editor, and the first thing is we need to do a couple of imports. So let us go to the top, and here I can say that from Django.views I want to import generic. Now there are a couple of things that we don't need, for example this loader, so let me take it out. We also don't want the 404 error, so let me take it out as well. And let us go right over here, just above the index function. Let us make some space and let us create a class, and let us call the class as index view. Now this class has to inherit from generic.list view. Now this list view provides us with a lot of convenience feature. So let us see how we can use them one by one. So the first parameter that we want to specify for our class of list view is the template name. So we can simply say that the template name would be, and let me just copy from right over here. So this is going to be our template name. The next thing that we want to specify is our context. So remember, inside the context, we are passing a key by the name of latest question list. So what we can do is we can override one parameter inside our list view, and we want to override the parameter of context object name. So the context name that we want to pass to our template is this one. So let me just copy and paste right over here. And the next thing is we also need to override a function called as get query set, because if you see right over here on line number 19, we are specifying that we have a very specific requirement. We want to query the database by the publication date, that too in descending order, and we simply want to display the first 5 questions only. So what we can do is we can override the function which is called as get query set. Now this function is actually coming from our list view that we have inherited. So let us change the way we query our database. So the first is obviously yourself. Here we simply want to return, and we want to return exactly all of this. So let me just copy and let me paste it right over here. Let me get the formatting right. Let us also specify the return type. So this returns the query set of our question. So let me just copy and paste it right over here. So again, let me try and repeat what we have done inside this class. So what we have done is we have converted this function based view to a class based view. Now this template name and context object name, so these are your class parameters which are coming from the class of list view which we have inherited. This method of get query set is also coming from our list view, but we need to override it because we have a specific requirement for the question that we want to display. The next part is changing our URLs. So let us go back to our URLs. So inside the URLs, we need to tell to Django that instead of using this index function based view, I want you to use the class based view. So let me just copy and paste, and let me comment out this line. So instead of using this function, what we can do is we can use the index view class that we just created. But we also need to call the method that we want to call this class as view. Now remember, no matter what, we always want to have the request and the response cycle, and that is what is being taken care of in this method right over here. Now if we go back to our browser, and let me go to my index page, and everything works just as before. So effectively what we have done is we have simply converted the function based view to a class based view. The next is they are showing how to use the class based view for our details view. So let us see how we can do that. So let us go back to our code editor, and let us go back to our views file. The next one is for the detail, and here we can create a class. Let us name the class as detail view. Now since we want to create a detail view, for that let us inherit from generic dot detail view. Now remember, for the previous one, for the index we inherited list view, but for the detail one we are inheriting from detail view, and this is because we simply want to display one single model. We don't want to display a list of models. Next, we can specify that the model that we want to display is the question, and next we can specify the template name. The template name is right over here. So let me copy all of this and let me paste it right over here. Let us also create one more view for our results. Let me just copy and paste all of these things, and this has to be our result view. Just we need to change the name of the template. From detail it has to be results. Now let us go back to our URLs. So this one is for the details. So this we can say that we want to use the detail view, but remember to call the method as view, and the same thing for results. So this becomes our result view as view. Let us save everything and let us go back and And let me refresh the page. Let us click on this one, and it seems that we have an error, but there is no need to panic. Let us try and understand what the error is saying. So what this error is saying that we want to call the detail view by either a object primary key or the slug inside our URLs. So let us go back to our URLs file and let us see what the error is saying. So the error is saying that whenever we want to use the details view, we have to pass the primary key or slug. So we need to change this from the question ID to primary key, and also for the results view. So this also has to be changed from question ID to a primary key. And this is because the way how the list view are built inside Django. So if we go to our views file, remember that we are inheriting from detail view, and for this also we are inheriting from detail view, and the inbuilt detail view is expecting one parameter called as primary key. So for example, here we have specified the parameter name as question ID, but the inbuilt views inside Django has named this parameter as simply your primary key. And that's about it. Now if we go back and let us try to refresh, now you can see everything is back to normal. So let us try to vote. Yes, let us vote on yes. And that's it. For yes, we have 2 votes. And as you can see, everything is working fine. Let us click on vote again. And suppose we say no, Python is not easy to learn. Let us vote. And as we can see, we have one right over here. Now let us go back to our documentation and let us see what's happening next. So this was our URLs. So we updated all of them. As you can see, this we are using a class based view, and also we have to update our URL from the question ID to the primary key. And this is the views file. So we have done all of these things, and I think we are at the end of this one as well. So the next part is all about testing, and we will start testing right in the next video. Welcome to part number 5 of our tutorials. So this section is all about testing our Django application. Now testing is a very important part of creating any application, and I think I don't need to explain the importance of testing. So let us just scroll down and let us see what they want us to do. So they are describing why do you need tests and some simple testing strategies. So there is one very popular testing strategy by the name of test driven development. So what happens in this strategy is first we would write the test and then we would write the code. But right now let us go with the flow, and they are saying that we can write our first test and we also have a bug inside our code. So let us go back to our terminal and let us try to find the bug. So let me stop my server. Let me clear up my screen and let us go inside the Django shell. Now here we need to import a couple of things. So first let me import date time. Next, from Django.utils I want to import my time zone, and next from our polls application I want to import our models. Now what we want to do is let us create a date which is 30 days in the future. So let us create a variable by the name of future date, and let me get today's date and time. So I can say timezone.now, and let us add 30 more days to this one. So I can say date time dot time delta, and then we can say we want to pass the keyword argument of days and we want 30 days. So now we have a future date. So if you want, we can just check out the future date. So this is how it looks like. Next, let us try to create a question by using the future date. So let us create a variable by the name of future question. Then we can use our model of question, and here let us give the argument for the publication date as our future date. And now let us try to check if this question was recently published. So remember, let me just open up my code editor, and if we go to our models file, here we can see that we have created this method of was published recently on our model of question. So let us try to invoke this method and let us try to see the output that we are getting. So let us go back to our terminal, and now I can say from my future question, let us invoke that method was published recently, and this method is giving us an answer of true, but the expected answer should be false because we have created a question that is 30 days in the future, and our logic for was published recently was that the question should be published just 1 day prior to today. So obviously there is some bug inside our code. So let us go back to our code editor and let us see how we can write a test to expose this bug. Now let me close all of these files. I don't need all of them. Let me open up my sidebar, and inside our polls application, let us open up the file for test. Now I don't need the comment. Let me go on the top, and I want to import my date time. Next, I also want to go to my Django.utils and I want to import my time zone. Next, we want to import our models, so we can say from my polls.models I want to import my question. Now let us create a class and let us give it the name for question model test, and this has to inherit from the test case. Now please keep in mind, whenever you are writing a test, it's a convention to add the word of test inside your class name. Now once inside the class, let us create our first method, so we can say, and here we can say that I want to create a test for testing was published recently with my future question. Again, please keep this thing in mind that as a convention we always use the word of test while defining our methods. Now this has to inherit from self. Now let us see how we can write the body for this method. So again, let us create the future time. So let me create a variable of time, and I can say that my time zone dot now, and we want to add 30 more days to this one, so time delta, and the days we want is 30. The next thing is, let us create the variable for our future question, and we can use our model and let us create an instance, and let us pass the key value pair for our publication date, and let us assign the future time to this one. Next, let us see how we can test. For testing, we can use an inbuilt method called as assert is. Sorry, let me get the spelling right. It has to be assert and is. Now what we want to do is, we want to assert that my future question was published recently should give us an output of false. Now this assert is, this is a method which is coming from the test case that we have just inherited, and what this method is trying to do is, it simply wants to compare our output of this one to false. So in case both of these conditions are false, that means our test is passing. Now let us go back to our terminal and let us see how we can test this one. So we can say that python manage.py, and I want you to test my polls application. Now as expected, we have a failure that you can see right over here, and the type of failure is an assertion error, true is not false, and this is coming from our test.py at line number 13. So again, if you go back to our code editor, so this is a line where we are getting a failure, and that's because this method is creating a question in the future which it should not create. So now let us open up our models and let us see how we can take care of this bug. So it's happening inside our method was published recently. So here let us create a variable for now, and let me just take this one out and let me put right over here. Now what we want to do is, our publication date should be less than today. And what do we mean by today? That is what we are capturing inside this variable of now. So what we need to say is our publication date should be less than or equal to now, but this condition is not sufficient. Our publication date should also be less than or equal to just 1 day. So in case the question was published more than a day back, that means it is not recently published. So here what we can say that again now that is today, and from today we want to subtract 1 day. So we can say again date time dot time delta, and we can say that we want to subtract 1 day. Now let us go back to our terminal. Let me clear up all of these things and let us try to run the test one more time. And this time we have a success. So we get the OK, and it says that it ran one test in so and so seconds. So as you can see, we have just fixed our bug, and which was inside our models. Now let us go back to our documentation and let us see what's happening. Here they are showing that how we can find the bug. So we did this inside our terminal, and then they are showing that how we can write the test. So we saw this one as well. Next they are showing that how we can run our test. So we did this one as well. And in the first scenario we get a failure, true is not false. And the next one we actually fix the bug, and after fixing the bug, when we ran our test, at that time our test was passing and we get the message of OK back. Now let us see what's happening next. Now here they're saying that we can write a couple of more comprehensive tests. Now let me just copy and paste from here because these tests are really simple. So let us go back to our code editor and let me open up my test.py file, and inside the class let me paste all of the code. Let me get my formatting right. This has to go inside and this is okay. Now let us see what's happening in this one. So in the second test, we are trying to check with an old question. That means if the question was published more than 1 day back, that means our method of was published recently should give us the value of false. So that's what they are doing. So on line number 20, as you can see, they are taking today's date and time, and from today's date and time, they are simply subtracting 1 day and 1 second. So this means that our question was created more than 24 hours by just 1 second. Now it doesn't matter if we are delayed by a second. If we are more than 24 hours, then the answer should be false. Now on line number 21, they are creating an instance of our question, and on line number 22, they are using the same method, which is assert is. Now here we are calling the method was published recently, and we are expecting false from this method, and that's what we are trying to compare right over here. Now what's going to happen in this test is this is going to give us an false, and we are also expecting a false. So false and false, that means this test is going to pass. Now let us have a look at the next one. Oh, I need to get my spacing right, so let me take it inside the class. For this test, we are trying to test with the recent question. So again, the logic remains the same. On line number 30, we are creating today, and here what we want to do is we simply want to subtract 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. That means we are still 1 second shy of 24 hours. So that means this question is recently published. So in this case, our method of was published recently should give true, and that's what we are trying to compare right over here. So again, this will be true and this is true. That means this test should pass. Now let me save the file and let us go back to our terminal. Again, let me clear up all of these things and let us run the test one more time. So again, this time it is saying that it ran 3 tests and all of them are passing. So if you go back to our code editor, we can see that we have one class for question model test, and inside this class we have 3 tests that we have defined right over here. So everything is matching. We have defined 3 tests and we ran 3 tests and all of them are passing. Now let us go back to our documentation and let us see what's happening next. So this is what we have covered up till now, and the next one is about testing a view. So I think we will see how to test a view right in the next video. The next part is about testing our view. So let us scroll and let us see what's happening inside. So what happens is Django ships with a test client. So for example, I'm using the browser. So the browser is my client. But for testing, we need some kind of an automated setup. And that setup is being provided by Django itself. So what we can do is, let me just scroll a little bit down and let me open up my terminal and let us start experimenting right over here. So the first thing, as usual, let us go inside our Python shell. So Python manage.py, then we want our shell. Let me clear up everything. The first thing that we want to do is we want to set our testing environment. But before that, we need to import something. So we can say from django.test.utils, let us import setup test environment. Next, let us call this method. So we want to call setup test environment. The next thing is, let us also import the client. So we can say from django.test, let us import the client. Also, let us initialize the client. So let us create a variable called as client and let us create an instance of client. Now, since we have a client, we can go ahead and we can start testing our views. So the first thing is, let us try to simulate when we are getting our home page. So let us create a variable called as response and let us see what happens when we call our home page. Or you can also say that let us get our home page and let us see what kind of response we are getting from our server. So here we can say that client.get and we need to specify the path. So we just want the home page. So let us specify the root path. Now we are getting back a response saying that not found. And yes, this is not found because we don't have a URL for this one. So if we go back to our code editor and if we go to our main project URLs, so inside my site, I need to go to my URLs. So here we can see that we don't have a root path. That means we don't have a path like this. And since we don't have a root path, that's why we don't have a match over here. And since we don't have a match, we get the output as not found. We can also do some more testing. For example, whenever we are not able to find something, the server sends us back a 404 error. So let us see if we are getting this error with this response or not. So what we can do is we can simply check for the status code. So we can say response dot status code and here we have it. We have the status code of 404 and 404 stands for HTTP not found. Now let us try to call our polls index page, and for that first we need to import our reverse because we don't want to create the URL ourselves. We will use reverse to create the URL. Now we can say that the new response would be client.get and inside this let us create the path. So we want to use our reverse function and we want to reverse the URL by the name of polls and index. So if you go back to our code editor and if I go to my polls and then to my URLs, here we can see that we have a URL by the name of index. So that's what we are trying to call right over here. So we simply want Django to go inside the polls application and from polls application we want to fetch the URL by the name of index. Now let us see what's happening. Let me clear up my screen and this time we saw that we don't have any errors. Now let us see what kind of status code we are getting. So this time we are getting the status code of 200 and this HTTP status code of 200 means that everything was okay and our query was successful. Now we can also see the contents of our response. So we can say response.content and let us see what we are getting back. So as you can see, we are getting the contents of our HTML page. Here we have the unordered list, then we have the list items, then we have the anchor tags and so on. Now we can also see the context that we have passed to our templates. For example, if I go to my templates, let us go to the views first. And here we can see for the index view, we are passing a context object name, and the context we are passing is latest question list. So what we can do is we can also see the contents of this latest question list. So what we can say right over here is from my response. Now this time we want the context, not the content. From context, now this is going to be like our key and value pairs. So let us write the key of latest question list, and we are getting the right response. So we are getting a query set back, and inside the query set we are getting back 2 questions. Now let us go back to the documentation and see what's happening next. We just saw all of this. We saw how to set up the test environment. We also saw how to work with the client, and we have done all of these things. The next part is about improving our views. Let us go back to our code editor and let me explain what's happening right over here. So we have a small bug inside our views as well, and that is right over here on line number 15 inside our index view. So here we have the same bug that we saw in the last video. For example, if we have a publication date which is 30 days in future, so our query is going to fetch that date as well. But we don't want a question which is 30 days in the future. And we can fix this query by simply filtering it out. So here let me add the method for the filter. And first we also need to import something. So here I want to say that from my Django.utils, I want to import my time zone. Now let us go back to the index view, and here we simply want to filter for the questions whose publication date is less than today. So we can use the Django database API, which goes something like this. So we can say that we want to filter with our publication date. Now we want to use a special syntax, and that is by using our double underscore dunder, and the next part is less than or equal to, so you can say LTE. So we want to filter by our publication date which is less than or equal to today's time, so we can say timezone.now. So now what's going to happen is first we are going to filter for the publication date, and after we filter we are going to order by publication date, that too in descending order, and we want to limit to just 5 questions. Now since we have improved our logic, let us go ahead and let us write the test for our views. So again, inside our polls application, I want to go to my test file. Let me collapse my sidebar, and below all of this, first let us create a convenience function by which we can create questions. Let's create a function by the name of create question, and this is going to take our question text and the number of days. Next let us create the variable of time, and we can say timezone.now, plus we also want to add our time delta, and we can say that days is equal to the parameter that we pass inside the function. The next thing is we simply want to create and return a question. So here we can say that we want to return and question.objects.create, and let us also pass the parameters. So the question text is equal to our question text, and next we want our publication date is equal to our time. Let us also write the type hint. So this has to be a string and the day has to be a float, and this method returns us a question. So this is just a convenience function that we have created for making questions. So what we can do is we can create questions in the past and also for the future date. Next, let us write the actual class for testing. So here let us create a class for testing our views. So we can call it as question index view test. And again, this has to inherit from our test case. The first scenario that we want to test is what happens if we don't have any questions inside our database. So let us create a method for this one. So we can call it as test no questions, and as usual the first parameter is the self. Inside of this, let us get the URL and also save the response in a variable. So let us create a variable by the name of response, and here we can say that self.client.get, and here we can again use the Django reverse. So first we need to import it. So here we can say that Django.urls, I want to import my reverse. Now let us go back again. So here we can say that we want to create the reverse for the URL, and the URL is our polls index. Now in this case, we don't have to set up the testing environment because that is being taken care by Django itself. The next is, let us see what we can test inside our response. The first thing is, let us test if our response code is equal to 200 or not. So here we can say that self.assert equal. So this time we want to say that my response.status code should be exactly equal to 200. Now let's also test what happens if we don't have any questions. So let me open up my sidebar, and if we go to our index page, so here we can see that if we don't have the latest question list, so here we have the else block. That means if we don't have any questions, so at that time we want to display the text as no polls are available. Now let us go back to our test. So this time, since we don't have any questions, let us see if we're getting the right response or not. So here we can use another method by the name of self.assertContains, and here we want to check if the response actually contains the string of no polls are available. The last thing is, we can also check for the response context. For example, let us go back to our terminal, and last time we saw that our response context is giving us the right query set or not. But this time, since we don't have any questions, let us check if we are getting empty query set or not. So we can do that by using another method called as assert query set equals, and here we can say that the response dot context latest question list. So this we want to get a empty response back. Oh, I forgot a code right over here. Now let us go to our terminal, and again let me exit from all of this. Let me clear up the terminal and let us run our test one more time. So we can say python manage.py test our polls application. So here we can see that this time we have 4 tests. So if we go back to our code editor, so this is the latest one that we have just created, and from the last video we have 3 tests right over here. So total till now we have written 4 different tests. So again, let us go down and let us see what we can do next. So this time let us write a test for a question which was created in the past. So what we can do is we can create another method and we can say test past question. Again, the first parameter should be self, and here let us create one question, and remember we have created this convenience method right over here. So here let us create a question. So I can say my variable of question is equal to, and let us invoke the function. Let us pass the question text to be past question, and this time I want to say that my day should be 30 days in the past. So that's why I'm saying minus 30. The next is let us create a response. So let me just copy from right over here and let me paste it right over here. So this time let us check for the context. That means our context should return back a question. So let me just first copy this one and let me explain it to you. So this time we are using the same context, but since we have created a question on line number 48, that's why we should get the question back. So let me write the question right over here. Now let us go back to our terminal. Let me clear up all of these things and let us run our test one more time. So this time we can see that we have 5 tests and all of the tests are working fine. So let us go back to our documentation and let us see what's happening over there. So here they are talking about improving our view. So we saw that we had a bug inside our index view, and what we did was we created a filter for our query set. And the next thing is they are talking about testing our views. So we have started with testing our view as well. Here they are creating this helper function, so we have created that as well. So the next thing is they are creating a class for testing our index view, so we have done that as well. Next, we have also written a couple of tests. So we have written for the test when we don't have any questions, and we have also written a test when we have a past question. Now let us scroll down and let us see what's happening. So here they have a test for the future question. So let me just copy and paste because the logic is going to be the same. Let us go back to our code editor and let me paste everything right over here. So here what's happening is they are simply creating a question in the future. So you can say that the days is equal to 30. And since we are creating a question in the future, so at that time our context should be empty. Now let us go back to our terminal. Let me clear up all of those things and let us run our test one more time. And it looks like we have a small bug, and that's happening on test line number 57. And the error is we are getting an unexpected keyword argument by the name of days. So let us go back to our code editor and see what's happening. So what's happening is the official Django documentation has named this parameter as days, but we have written it as day. So let us change this from day to days. So this becomes days. This also becomes days. And let us go back to our past question method. This also becomes days, and I think we are good to go. Let us go back to our terminal. Let me clear up everything and let us run the test one more time. So this time, as you can see, we have 6 tests. Now let us go back to our documentation. So the next test is when we create a future question and also when we create a past question. So in this case, only the past question should be displayed on our web page. So let me just copy this method. So let us go back and paste it right over here, and let's see what's happening inside this test. So here they are creating 2 questions. One is right over here on line number 67. Now this question is for the past date, and that's why they are saving this question inside our variable of question. And on line number 68, they are creating one more question, but this time the question is 30 days in the future. And for our testing, we want to see if we are getting the question from the past inside our response or not. So again, let me save this. Let us go back to our terminal. Again, let me clear up everything. Now, if we run the test, we can see that we have 7 tests. So now let us go back to our code editor and let us go back to our documentation. And let us copy the last test as well. And let me paste it right over here. So this time what's happening is they are creating 2 questions that we can see right over here on line number 79 and 80, and both of these questions are in the past. So this one is for minus 30 days and this one is for the last 5 days. And while testing for our query set, we want to see that if we are getting both of the questions or not. Again, let us go back to our terminal and let us run the test one more time. So again, this time we can see that we have all of the tests and all of the tests are passing as well. Now let us go back to our documentation. So we saw this test up till now. So let us scroll a little bit down. The next part is about testing the detail view. So we have the same bug inside our detail view, and that is we don't want to see a question which is published in the future date. And as you can guess by now, it's a very simple fix. So again, let us go back to our views. Let me open up the views file, and inside our detail view, so this is the class that we created last time. So here also we can override the get query set method. So let me go back to my index view and let me copy this method, and let us go to our detail view and let us paste it right over here. And here we need to make a very small change since this is a detail view. By default, it is going to show only a single question, so we don't need this one, and that's it. Now let us go to the documentation. The next is they are also writing a couple of tests for the detail view. Now let me just copy and paste because the code is pretty similar. So let us go back to our test right over here and let me scroll a little bit down and let me paste all of the code right over here. Now let us see what is happening inside the test. So this time we are testing for the detail view. The first test is for the future question and the next one is for the past question. So let us have a look at what they are doing inside. So right over here, they are creating a question which is with a future date. So as you can see over here, the next thing is they are using reverse, but this time we want to reverse the URL of polls detail. And since we also need the question ID for this URL, we also need to pass the question ID, and that's what is happening right over here. Next, we are using client.get to fetch this URL that we just created. And since the question was created in the future, that's why the status code should be equal to 404, and 404 means not found. And the similar thing is happening for the past question. So this time we are creating a question in the past, but this time we want to assert that the response contains the question text. Let us save the file and let us go back to our terminal. Let me clear up all of those things and let us run our test one more time. So as you can see, this time we have a total of 10 tests and all of the tests are passing successfully. So let us go back and let us see what's happening next. So this is what we just did. So next they have a couple of more ideas about testing and I think we are almost done. So the next part is all about your static assets and we will start with this part right in the next video. Welcome to part number 6 of our Django series. But before we can go ahead and talk a little bit more about part number 6, I thought I must talk a little bit more about testing, and also we have one small issue with our code. Don't worry, it's not a bug, it's an issue about concurrency and we will see what exactly it is. But first let us go to our testing part. So let me clear up everything and let us run our test one more time. So the first thing which I wanted to share is that for testing, Django is always going to create a dummy database. So you can see right over here that Django is saying that it is destroying a test database for us. So what's happening is whenever we run a test, sometimes we have to save the models to our database. Now these models are just required for testing. We don't want these models inside our production. That's why Django is going to create a dummy database for us. And after we are done with our tests, Django is simply going to delete that database. Now let us go back to our code editor. So this is our test file. And it's not that we always save something to the database. So if you have a look at our question model test, and if you see right over here on line number 13, so here we are simply creating an instance of the model and the model is question. We are not saving anything to the database. Now if we scroll a little bit down and if we go to this method of create question, here you can see that we are actually creating a question inside our database. So whenever we call this method of create on our objects, so that time Django is going to create a question and it is going to insert that question inside our database. Now let me come to the last part about concurrency. So let me open up our views file and this is our view for vote. Now just consider a scenario that there are 2 or more users and they are trying to vote on the same choice at the same time. So at that time we have an issue which is called as a race condition. So should the user number 1, his request should be honored first, or should the request from user number 2 should be processed first? How do we go with that? And to be precise, it's happening right over here at our line number 64. Now in order to mitigate this kind of a scenario, it's always best to have concurrency control at your database level. Because Python is a little notorious when it comes to your concurrency and parallel execution. And just to give you an idea what we can do is we can use something which is called as Django query expressions. Now obviously we are not going to cover this expressions right now, but I just want you to know that we can take care of this race conditions by using query expressions, and specifically the query expression of f that you can see right over here. So by using the f query, we can enforce Django to use our database for concurrency instead of handling it by Python. Now let us get back to our part number 6. Now this part deals with how we can use static assets inside our Django applications. So for example, we may have images, JavaScript or CSS. Then how can we deal with this kind of static files? So the first thing is, let us scroll down and let us see what they want us to do. So here they are showing how we can work with our style.css file, and this is the path. So they want us to go inside our polls application, then create one directory for static, and inside static they want us to create a directory of polls, and finally inside of this directory we have our styles.css. So as you can see, the path is pretty similar to templates. So first let us go and let us create this path and this file. Let me open up my sidebar. So inside our polls application, let us create a folder by the name of static. Now inside of static, let us create another folder by the name of polls, and inside of this let us create a file by the name of style.css. Now let us go back to the documentation and let me try to scroll a little bit down. So this is the code for our style.css. Let me just copy and let me paste it right over here. So this code is not complex. We simply want to get the anchor tag inside the list item, and we want to color the text to green. Now let us go back. So here they are showing that how we can use our static assets inside our index.html file. So let me copy this one again, and this time I want to go to my templates, and then I want to open my index file, and right over here at the top let us paste the code that we just copied. So let us see what's happening right over here. So on line number 1 we are using a special Django tag by the name of load static. So what this tag is doing is it is making all of the static assets available to our templates. And on line number 3 we can see that we have a very simple link tag. Now this is for our CSS file that we just created, and for the path we can use the tag of static, and after the tag we simply have to give the path, and in our case the path is again polls/style.css. And let us go back to our terminal and let us run our server. So I can say python manage.py run server, and let me open up the link and let us navigate to /polls. And here you can see that we are actually loading our CSS file and our links are green in color. So let us go back to our documentation. So the next part is they are saying that we can also use static assets like images, and if we want to use an image we can create a folder called as images inside our polls application, and we can also reference that image inside our style.css. But I think this is very simple and I'm not going to cover this thing in the tutorial right now. Now I think we are at the end of part number 6 as well. So this was a very short one, and the last part that we would be covering inside the series is all about your Django admin. And I think I will start part number 7 right in the next video. Welcome to the last part of our Django polls application series. So if you're wondering where we are, then just click on documentation, and here we are for the tutorials. So as you can see, this is the last part, part number 7, customizing the admin site. So this part is all about customizing our admin site. So if we go back to our application, and from here we can go to our admin site. Let me put my username and password. So currently this is how our admin site is looking. But Django provides us with a lot of options by which we can customize the look and feel of our admin site. So let us go back to the documentation and let us see how we can customize the admin site. So the first thing is all about customizing the admin form. So for example, if we want to edit our questions, you can just click on questions, And let's go to add a question. And here you can see that we have a sequence. The first comes your question text and then comes your publication date. So if you want, you can also switch the order. So let us see how we can do that. So let us go back to the documentation. Here we can see that they are creating a new class by the name of question admin, and this class is inheriting from the model admin class. So let us go back to our code editor and let us see how we can start working with all of these things. This is the admin.py file for our polls application. Let us start creating our custom class. So right over here, we can create a new class by the name of question admin, and we have to inherit from admin.modeladmin. Now inside the class, we can also change the fields of our model admin. So we can override the class parameter for fields, and let us assign a list for this one. And inside the list, we can specify which model fields we want to change. So we want the publication date to appear first and then the question text. The next thing is we also need to pass the newly created class in our admin register. So here we can say that we also want to pass the question admin. Now let us save the file and go back to our application, and let us go back to our admin site. So here you can see that first we have the question text and then we have the publication date. Now let me refresh and let us see what happens. You can see the sequence has reversed. The first is our publication date and the second field is for our question text. Let us go back to the documentation and let us see what's happening. So we just saw this, how we can change the order. And the next thing is they are talking about field sets. So for example, if we want to create two separate sections for the date and the question text, these can be created by using the field sets. So let us copy and paste this one, and then let me show you how it looks inside the admin. Let me just copy this one, go back to our code editor, and what we need to do is we simply want to replace the fields parameter by the newly copied one. So let me just paste it right over here and let me save it. As you can see, the format for the field sets is very specific. We are creating a list. You can also create a tuple, it doesn't matter, but it has to be of a sequence type. The next is inside the field sets, we are passing a set of our tuples. The first parameter that you can see right over here, this is the name of the section. So for the first section, we don't want to display any name. That's why we are passing none. And for the second one, we want the name to be displayed as date information. Now the next parameter is for our fields. So in the first section, we simply want to display a field where we can change the question text. And for the next one, we want to have a field for our publication date. Now let us go back to our application and let us refresh and see what's happening. And as you can see, now we have two different sections. The first one is for the question text and the second one is for our publication date. For the second one, we had specified that we want to name the section name as date information. So this is where we had specified that information, and for the first one, we don't want anything. So if you see right over here, we don't have a section bar for the question text. Let us go back to our code editor. The next thing for our admin site is we have one more model for choice, and we had seen how to add the choice model a couple of lectures back. And just to refresh your memory, we can go back to our polls and we can click on choices and we can edit these choices. But this way of editing our choices, it's not very intuitive. We don't know whether this choice belongs to question number 1 or question number 2. Each and every time we have to click on the choice and then we have to select the question. But we can do a much better job. What if we could simply click on the question? For example, Python is easy to learn. And what if we can actually edit the choice right over here? Can we do that? Of course we can do that. So let us see how we can work with this one. So let us go back to our code editor, and above the question admin, let us create one more class. So let me call the class as choice inline. The next thing is we also need to inherit from admin.stacked inline. And what I want to do is I simply want to create a stack of choices so that they are very easy to edit. First, let us write the code and then we will go and see how it looks like. Here we can specify the model which we want to display as our inline. So we can say that the model is choice, and here we can override one more parameter called as extra, and let us set it as 3. The next is we also need to tell the question admin that we want to include the choices inline. So here we can override one more parameter by the name of inlines, and let us create a list and let us pass the newly created class of choice inline. And now let us go back to our application. Now let us refresh and see what's happening. So now we can see that we have a couple of choices right below the question. So now it's much easier for us to edit all of the choices. And you can see that we have 3 choices, and after that we have 3 extra choices. So as you can see, choice number 4, 5 and 6. Now these are coming because we have specified that we want to have extra 3 choices. So that's why we have 3 right over here. And the first 3 are the one which we have already created. Now let's scroll a little bit up and let us see what else we can do. Now for this date published, we don't have to edit the date every time. So maybe what we can do is we can simply collapse this section. So let us see how we can collapse this one. So let us go back to our code editor, and for the field sets, for the fields we can pass some more additional data. So we can say that for the classes, we simply want to collapse it. Now let me save this one and let us go back to our admin and let us try to refresh. So now we can see that we have collapsed the date information, and if we click on show, only then all of the different fields are displayed. Now let us go to the choices. So as you can see, we have these choices, but the fields are stacked one over the another. So as you can see, we have the choice text, but this is taking a lot of space. So instead of having them in stacks, can we have them in tabs? So the answer is obviously yes. So let us go back and let us see how we can create some more custom views. So this is a very simple change. Here, instead of stacked inline, we simply have to say that we want to have a tabular inline, and that's it. Let us go back and let us try to refresh. Now you can see that all of the stacks have been converted to our tabs. So here we have the choice text, and the next tab is for the votes, and the last one is for the delete field. So as you can see, it's very convenient to change all of the admin interfaces for our Django website. So let us go back to the documentation and let us see what we are supposed to do next. So here we saw how to create a question admin class, and the next they are showing how we can add choice. So we have already done that. Let us scroll a little bit down. Next they are showing how to create the start inline. So we have covered this one as well. Now let us see what else is happening. The next one is they are showing that we can also create a tabular inline. So we have done this one as well. Let us see what we can do next. Next, they are showing us how to customize the admin change list. So for example, let us go right over here and let us scroll to the top and let us click just on questions. Here we can see that for the display options, we simply have one tab for the question. But what we can do is we can have multiple tabs over here. For example, we can also have one more tab right over here for our publication date. So let us see how we can do that. Let us go back to the documentation and let me just copy this line. It's a single line code. Let us go back to the code editor and just below our inlines, let me paste it right over here. Let us go back to our admin and let us try to refresh the page. And now we can see that we have one more tab, and this tab is for our published date. Now remember, for the model we had created one more method, and that was for was published recently. So if we want, we can add that one to our display as well. So here we can say that we also want to display our was published recently. Now let us go back and let us try to refresh. So here we can see that we have one more tab for was published recently. Now let us go to the documentation and let us see what's happening next. So here we saw how to add the publication date to our list view, And then we also added one more parameter, and that is for was published recently. Let us go down and let us see what else we can do. So the next part is we can still improve our display, and we can improve the display right inside our models file. So for example, if we just want to customize the column for was published recently, then we can do that by going to our models file. So let me open up the models file, and here we want to customize the display for was published recently. We can do that by using a special decorator, but first we need to import that. So here we can say that from Django.contrib we want to import admin. Now let us go to the method of was published recently. So remember, this is what we want to change the display for. Here we can use the decorator, and we can say that we want to change the admin.display, and let us add a couple of fields right here. The first thing which I want to change in the display is for the boolean values. So remember, this method gives us a boolean value, and that boolean value is displayed as true and false inside our column. But we can have a little bit better visual display by using a tick mark or cross mark, and that we can do right here. So here we can say that for the boolean we want to have a true. Next we can say that we want to have the ordering for this column by our publication date. So if we go back to our admin site, so here we can see that the heading is was published recently, but we can change this one as well. So here we can say that we want to have the description, and let us say that we want to call it as published recently. Now let us save this one and let us go back to our display, and let us try to refresh this one. And this time, as you can see, we have a much better display. So the first thing is the column heading has changed to published recently. The second one, as you can see, that instead of just showing true or false, we have a much better display. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what we are supposed to do next. So this is the part where we saw how we can use the admin display decorator inside our models. And now let us scroll and let us see what else we can do. We can also add a couple of filters to our list display. So for example, let us go back to our admin. So here we can see that there is no way to filter our list display. So for example, if we want to display just the questions that were published recently, or the questions that were published in the last 7 days or the last month, so how do we do that? And we can do that very easily as well. So let us go back to our code editor. Now let me close the models file, and this is our admin.py file. Here let us override the parameter for list filter, and let us pass it a list of different filters, and this time we want to filter by our publication date. Let me save the file and let us go back to our admin site and let us try to refresh. So as you can see on the right, we have one more column for filtering. So for example, if I want to say which post I have published today, so I can simply click on today, and as you can see, for today there are no posts. For the last 7 days, no, sorry, this month, yes, I have one for this month, and for this year I have 2. Now what happens, instead of just filtering, we want to search by a particular question. So we can go back to our code editor, and here we can override one more parameter by the name of search fields. And we can tell Django that we want to include a search field, and we want to search specifically for the question text. So let me just paste it right over here. Now let us go back to our admin site and let me refresh. So now we can see that we have one added section for our search. Now this search is limited just to our question text because that's what we have specified. Now let me search for Python. Now let me click on this one. And as you can see, we have the right result back right over here. Now let us go back to our documentation, and we just saw how to use the list filter, and then we also saw how to include the search fields. Now let us see what else we can do for this one. So the next section is how we can actually customize the admin look and feel. So for example, if we want to change this from Django admin to our polls app, so let us see how we can do that. So for that, first we need to create our own templates, and then we can override the default templates that are shipped with Django itself. So they are asking us to create a folder by the name of templates inside of our project. And after creating this folder, we also need to add this parameter inside our templates. Now this one is inside our settings file, and we have to give the path right over here for this line. So let us do all of these things one by one. Let us go back to our code editor and let me open up my sidebar. Now let me collapse this one, and right over here let me create a new folder. Now this folder should be on our project level, not inside of the Polls application, and let us name this folder as templates. Now let us go to our project settings. So inside of my site we have to go to the settings file. Let me collapse my sidebar and let us go down and let us search for templates. So here it is, and we can specify the path right over here. So here we can say that we want to have the path for our base directory, and we want to add one more folder to it, and the name of the folder is templates. Now let us go back to the documentation. So this is what we have done till now. The next thing is they want us to override the default templates that are shipped by Django itself. Now here they are saying us to create one more directory by the name of admin inside our templates. And inside this admin folder, they want us to copy the template by the name of basesite.html. And remember, we have to copy this template which ships by Django itself. So the next thing is we simply want to find the path for our Django installation. And here they are also giving us a very convenient method. So since I'm using Mac, let me copy this one. And if you're using Windows, make sure to copy this one. Now let us go back to our code editor and let me open up my terminal. And here I simply want to paste that command. So as you can see, this is giving me a path which is right over here. Next, I simply have to copy the path. So let me copy all of these things, and here I can say that I simply want to change my directory to the new path. And once inside the new path, I simply want to open the current directory in a new window for our code editor. So this is how your default Django installation looks like. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what they are asking us to copy. So they are asking us to go to Django, then to the package of contribs, then to admin, and then to the templates. And they want us to copy the file which is called as basesite.html. So again, let us go back to the Django installation, and here let us go to contrib, then let us go to admin, then let us go to templates, and then to admin. And the template that we want is right over here, basesite.html. So let us copy this one and let us go back to our code editor. Let me collapse my terminal and let me open up my sidebar. So inside of this folder of templates which we have created at the project level, we have to create another folder by the name of admin. So let me do that, admin, and inside the admin folder, let us paste template that we copied from Django itself. So this is the template. Now let us go back to the documentation and let us see what we are supposed to do next. So here they are saying that we have to replace a Django tag. So they are saying that we have to replace this tag with a new text that we want to display. So let me copy from here, Polls administration. Now let us go back to our code editor. Let me collapse my sidebar. So what we want to do is we want to replace this entire block with just the words of poll administration. Let me save the template and let us go back to our admin site. Now watch here what happens when I refresh the page. So here we can see that we have a new text by the name of polls administration. Now let us go back to the documentation, and I think we have almost finished the entire tutorial. So yes, we have finished the entire tutorial. And if you have stuck with me throughout the tutorial and if you have finished with me, then I want you to give a pat on your back, because following this tutorial was not an easy job. Django is really huge and it's very comprehensive for a beginner. And now, since we have finished the tutorial, take a break, have a coffee and have fun. And I will catch you in the next video where I will explain what else you can do with Django. Hi, I'm so happy to see you at the end of this tutorial series. So this was a very nice and a short and concise Django series. Now let us go to our main point. What else you can learn after this series? The number one thing that you would want to learn about Django is the Django authentication framework. How you can log in the user, log out the user, how you can do password resets and other stuff. But what happens with the authentication framework is I've seen a lot of YouTube videos and other tutorials where they just show you how to import a bunch of stuff and how you can create the views for these things. But I think that's a pretty shallow way of approaching the authentication framework. We need to understand in depth what happens when the user clicks on the login button. How can we create sessions and how the sessions are saved inside the cookie and how the session data is saved on a database and so on. So I think we need to have some better understanding of authentication in general. The second thing, you can learn more about the Django database API. You know what happens, all of the data is going to stay inside your database. So we need to understand how we can fetch the data from the database and also write back to the database. So you would want to learn more about the Django database API. Now for the Django database API, there are a lot of things that you can learn. The first thing is obviously how to create different models. The second thing is how to write efficient queries and query sets. And the third thing is how we can also write different kind of model managers and so on. So Django database API is also a pretty huge topic. The next would be to learn more about the views. Views are also called as controllers. So for example, we wrote controllers for the index and the show page and so on. And from the views, let me go to the next point. So the next point that you need to learn is all about the permissions framework. Now let me just try and give you a very simple example. Suppose you are creating some kind of an e-commerce application and there you would have different kinds of users. So suppose one user, he may be your customer, the second user could be your store manager, the third one can be your admin. So how you can show different views based on the user permissions. So this is what you need to learn. And the next would be learning about the REST framework, or how you can create RESTful applications by using your Django backend. Most of the times in future, it may happen that you have some other kind of a front-end framework like React or Angular or something else. So at that time, you need to create RESTful applications for our Django. So whenever you are creating RESTful applications, that time you will have to deal with JSON data. And these days we also have your protocol buffers and gRPC and so much other kind of a stuff. So you get the point. There is a lot to learn more about Django after this series. But for now, let me say you a nice goodbye. And just remember, my job is done and your job is just getting started. And I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Bye.